I gotta get my tablet. Give me just a second, guys. Okay, I'll be right back. I just have to get my tablet. Accepted it. You have to accept a friend request. Oh. Alrighty. Had to go get my tablet so I could actually see the chat. Make sure my stuff is right. Okay, good. Alright, so we have, we've been running around with this tornado setup. Feels pretty good, pretty powerful. But, survivability, man, holy cow. With max res, armor cap, and everything. Still trying to live in higher tier content. It's a pain in the neck. Hey, what's up, Carlos? Alright. So we're going to do some, we're just going to be kind of running through the pit. It's just survivability, so the damage is there. I'm doing this without Direwolf also. I want to see how much you can build around resource cost reduction to the point where you wouldn't need to run Direwolf. And then I'm also playing around with Direwolf as well. So my attack power is 31k. If I use a Mad Wolf's Glee, it jumps up to like 35-ish, I want to say. But you get a lot of hurricane. I mean, you get a lot of tornadoes. It's that, dude. Like, the damage is just crazy. And I have capped res, I have capped armor, I have damage reduction on some of my glyphs too, and I'm running damage reduction on some of my gear pieces inherently because they're uniques. So even though I'm not really getting any use out of it, I'm running Flicker Step just because they have such a high roll on damage reduction from close enemies. The problem is I'm too scared to get close to enemies. They kill me too fast. I'm also running an Umbral Ring right now. I would love to run a Starless Skies, but I'm not trying to run Durio that much. As long as we like slow roll it, we're pretty much okay. Except for when they do that. We have a ton of multiplicative damage as well coming from our Thunderstruck node. I'll show you my Thunderstruck node. It's like over 160%. It's ridiculous the amount of multiplicative damage you can get from your Thunderstruck node. And then bossing it with this is easy. Like, it's so easy. It's just getting the mobs. Like, when mobs start to swarm you, do a ton of damage. Look at that. My health just almost a complete one-shot just from that one hit from a normal mob. I hope they add more damage reduction back to the game. I feel like they went a little overkill on removing all the damage reduction. I can't imagine trying to run this, run the pit in hardcore. Like, look at that. Just blew me up right there. And then spawn me back here. Like, why? I hope they fix that. I hope you spawn on the same floor you died in, instead of constantly sending you back to the previous floor. Like, man. Just one hit from a normal mob and blows me completely up, even though I have that armor. I have the resistances, everything. And I am running Flicker Step, and I have a pretty hefty roll on damage reduction, like 20% there on my Flicker Step, giving me damage reduction from close enemies. And they're still just kind of... I wonder if damage reduction is even working, or... I don't know. It'd be interesting to know, because I feel like I don't see any difference. The only thing that seems to make a difference is my armor and my resistances. I could be wrong, though. Like, maybe it's just because the damage is so high. Granted, these are level 186 enemies. I almost feel like I'd have to absolutely run a barrier at this point. Like, have Nature's Fury constantly proccing Earthen Bulwark so I can just have double my health. Or, Jesus. I also think that dodge is going to be the best thing for damage reduction. Honestly, like, because you can build up so much dodge, I feel like dodge is going to be the go-to thing for damage reduction this season. If it stays like this. I feel like just having maxed out your dodge chance and see what happens from there. Because then you'll actually dodge all the damage and you won't have to worry about getting one shot so much. I really don't want to use my ultimate, but I feel like I have to. Only have like a minute left. Hopefully I can stay alive. Get to the boss and not die at the boss. Maybe I can kill the boss really fast. So I get at least one level opened up. Yeah, you see the damage though? It's crazy. Boss dead. There you go. That's what I'm looking for. Like, when you get to the boss is done. It's almost like, hey, what's up? It's almost like, honestly, like I could probably kill a level 200 enemy pretty easily, a level 200 boss pretty easily. But it's just getting through that first area. Like all the packs of enemies, they do so much damage. They swarm you, you know. Yeah, I feel like that damage, I could carry that all the way through into, like, even a higher tier, like tier 100 plus on the bosses. But it would just, like, constantly get one shot by enemies before I get there. I need to get a staff. I think if I find a good staff, I'll have a lot more damage as well. But I have a lot of resource cost reduction here. I have this chest piece giving me spirit per second. And then I have some resource generation. And then some more resource cost on this ring. So I have a ton of resource cost reduction, so I don't have to run Direwolf. And it does work out really well. It's just, like I said, the damage is crazy. Getting through enemy packs. I don't know exactly sure. I'm not sure how I could negate a lot of that other than dodge chance. Let me see how much dodge chance I have. 19%. So yeah, definitely just crank up dodge chance. Get it on every piece of gear you can, and then get it on every single tempering affix you can get it on. I think that's probably the best way. And you'd probably still be gambling there with your life. But you can see I got 20k armor, which is well above anything that you would actually need. And then 70% resistances. So everything's capped out. If I use a Mad Wolf's, my armor drops by like 5k. And I lose that spirit per second. But I still have capped res. I just don't like it. Like, I do more damage, but I really like this spirit generation. I almost think that you could use a human version of this without the Tempest Roar. If you had, like, a, if you had a Shaco. I think it might even be better than the werewolf form this season. I feel like the spirit generation is, in all the resource cost reduction rolls, are not going to make you so heavily reliant on being in werewolf form to do a lot of things. And I feel like having a Shaco with the plus ranks and damage reduction would probably be a heck of a lot better than running werewolf, even though you get that nice resource generation from Lust for Carnage. But I do have a Umbral ring on, and this is a really helpful ring there, especially for clearing packs. You just always have your resources. Let me go ahead and try to level up my weapon to see if I can get a little bit more resource cost reduction. Or I'll level something else up. I might level up the armor. See what would be the best piece of gear. Oh, wrong one. Movement speed. I think this might be the best. Just get this ring. Although I like the movement speed and stuff I get on the necklace. We'll just go with the necklace. We'll just upgrade everything that I can, honestly. I have retaliation on my amulet, but I don't think I have any way to build up fortify. Hopefully, one of the things we get for the season will be a reliable way to build up fortify, like we have with the Seneschal construct. But I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll swap out the amulet for something different. I don't think I'm really getting any benefit off of it because I can't build Fortify that well. I wish I could. Maybe I'll look for something. It's got some more movement speed. Let's see, what can we put on here? We don't need more armor. Throw some accelerating aspect on there. Just throw hurricanes like crazy. That might be kind of funny. They really need to buff retaliation back. I don't know why they nerf retaliation so hard. 10 multiplicative damage, and then they also fixed it, which is fine. The fix is fine, but honestly, we need something other than this pet scenario we have going on right now. Man, they really need more aspects that affect your tornadoes. Even though tornadoes are pretty strong, I'd still like to have more aspects that affect tornadoes. I guess we'll go with accelerating on our amulet. That's a lot of attack speed. We'll see how it feels. Oh my god, it bugged out. I'll have to exit out of the game so I can use it. See if there's anything good. No. Give me just a second. We gotta leave the game real fast. Alright. Maybe grab some damage reduction. I might go ahead and put some damage reduction at the end of the day. We'll see what this does, though. Just have massive amounts of attack speed for no reason. Maybe swap out this Howl into a Spirit Generator, just to give us that extra 20% Spirit. Almost feel like I should run Nature's Fury and then just have Bulwark all the time. Let's see what that feels like. Let's do that. I'm not really getting anything out of Quick Shift. So we'll just stack out our barrier there. Put that over the... Yeah, that'll be good. And then... what can we do with these 2 points? More HP. And then maybe we can use a Mending Stone. Instead of... yeah, maybe we can use Mending Stone. Because honestly, I feel like this is going to be the way to go. Just to run constant barriers. Constant barrier, lots of health. We'll see what happens. Let me repair my gear real quick.
That cannot be salvaged.
Hey, what's up, Kenny? It's going pretty good, brother. We're trying out this tornado setup. I'm just trying to find out some tankiness, man. I feel like the damage is easy. Like, damage is so... there's just so many ways to build damage right now. But survivability is going to be tricky. So I'm trying to figure out if I absolutely have to run a barrier. And most likely I will end up absolutely having to run a barrier. So we're trying out Nature's Fury now. I did have it on Earth Sign Strength. Yeah, the damage is fine. Oh, I got it. You know what? I forgot to put on Nature's. That's my bad. It's like my barrier just disappears. I forgot to put on the symbiotic aspect so I get the cooldown. I'm also doing this in without the direwolf because I want to test out to see if we can do like human builds. And I think we can, honestly. I think human builds are going to be easy with all the resource cost reduction we have. I have a huge resource cost reduction roll on my two-hander. And I think it's going to be really useful because imagine getting a Shaco. You're just going to be able to run stuff like this with a Shaco on in human form. What? What killed me? I'm not even sure. Did you guys see what killed me? I'm pretty sure I was outside of the range of the electrified obelisks. I mean, look at that. I have max res and I have max armor. And my guy just, it doesn't even matter. I'm even using Flicker Step just for the extra damage reduction. 20% damage reduction from close enemies. And, you know, I have 22k armor. What's my barrier looking like? 5k. That's not really good. I need to build... You need more barrier. More barrier. More everything. But, Jesus Christ, man. Holy cow. I barely got clipped by that thing and it just blew me up. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get through this one. I need to go ahead and swap back to my... That's so crazy. I think they went a little overboard with taking all the resistances out of your... I mean, all the damage reduction rolls away. Like, I'm perfectly fine with removing a lot of the stuff. It's cool. I like it to be more rare, but... I think I can get more HP. I just have to get more gear. I'm kind of locked into some of my... I could probably get HP here. Yeah, I can throw some HP on my chest piece. I really don't want to roll out of crit chance. I have HP on my pants. And I can obviously upgrade my equipment. I don't want to roll out of resource cost reduction. I have HP on the ring. I can't get rid... I don't want to get rid of crit. And, yeah, I mean, I could get HP on the chest and roll off that willpower.
Magic is neither good nor evil. How may I help you?
We can do that. That's pretty close to, And then I also want to... What did I just thought about something. I can temper everything out. I need to get a staff instead of this mace. So we got 25k HP. Still need more HP. And I'm running, Do I have it? Okay, let me go get Iron Feather. I forgot to Spirit Bond. Let me go Spirit Bond real fast. Wait.
I must wait a moment.
Before I forget. Can't take that off. Can't take that. I might use a different pair of boots than these. Go ahead and run Symbiotic Aspect on the boots. Maybe get some HP there as well. Do I have any pairs of boots here? Yeah, I do. Let's see. Got dodge chance here. Max life, life per second, willpower. Let me look through my boots. I guess I'll use those boots. Because I honestly don't feel like that damage reduction is doing anything for me. We'll use these. We'll get some dodge chance. Let's go Symbiotic Aspect. Try to roll off that life and a dodge chance. What can we get here? Life per second. Spirit. Might go spirit per second. Don't need resistances. I honestly don't think I have enough dodge chance to be like investing in dodge chance too much. I think I might want to go just movement speed. Hey, what's up, Chaos? I have it on there. I just had to roll on a symbiotic aspect. Or are you talking about like the buff duration? Yeah, just so you can hit that potion before you die. I definitely think that's the goal there. I want movement speed. I can't live without movement speed. I just can't. I have to have movement speed on everything. I feel like if I don't have it, I'm bored out of my mind. I think I need more utility recipes. Let me check and see what the utility stuff you can get. Because I think I'm probably missing quite a few. Let's see, there has to be some more that you can get that are better than the ones that I currently have. Even though I do like the chance to freeze, chance to stun. That stuff's really nice. I could get more rings to Earth and Bulwark on my on one of my pieces of gear too. That would help boost up my yeah, there's nothing really. That would help boost up my barrier. Let's go ahead and temper the boots out, get some movement speed. Just give me movement speed, guys. 3 points in Digigrade. 2 points in Digigrade Gate is hilarious to me. Like, do they know that how bad Digigrade Gate is? Like, how do you get Digigrade Gate that many times? Oh my god, come on, guys. Give me the dang movement speed. I don't think I have any more. Yeah, whatever. That's lame. Give me freeze. Alright, slow. I'm fine with that. Got trample cooldown, I don't even have it. Yeah, you don't really need duration on your bulwark. You just need bigger bulwark. I mean, you can get more ranks to bulwark, more barrier generation, so you can get a bigger bulwark, and then you can, if you need to reset bulwark, it's probably always going to be best to do it through Nature's Fury and having a symbiotic aspect. I just made this character, so forgot to do that. So we have 30k HP. We have way too much armor, but that's fine. I don't really care. And we have capped res. We have our symbiotic aspect, so we'll be able to use barrier all the time. Let's go back over here. And we'll temper some stuff. We'll probably temper up our weapons and... I mean masterwork, not temper. Let's go ahead and masterwork our boots. I think I might actually... Oh god, I have to do the thing. Just go ahead and... There we go. That should be enough to get me through the first masterworking. Oops, wrong one. Wrong one. Oh, look at that. We got more trample cooldown. Fantastic. Fantastic. I wanted to hit my resource cost reduction. I want to see how high you can get a roll of resource cost reduction. I'd imagine you could probably get it pretty high if you manage to get the Masterwork on top of that a couple times. So we got damage to distant. That's not bad because we have a lot of... look at my Thunderstruck node right now. 183% multiplicative damage. I really hope that they don't put a cap on this. I really hope they don't. And I also hope they take the cap off of Earth and Devastation. I think that would be nice if they took the cap off of Earth and Devastation, but it would still not make Earth and Devastation that good. Did I just make sure I have everything? Because you have to get damage to controlled enemies, and you can't really get that effect on bosses. So let's see if we can do better here. Yeah, with the barrier too, it should help, Kenny. Have an extra, it's like, what, an extra 5k HP. They weren't joking about, I don't even want to run a pair of T-bows now. Oh my god. That was my bad. I tried to hit the evade right there at the last second. How do you cast your suppressor dome? We'll take it though. Yeah, the damage is really good so far. Even after taking off Earth Sign Strength and not getting that big multiplier, the damage is still pretty good. I don't like this camera angle. I wish we could like rotate the camera around so it would. I'm never a big fan of this one. It feels like I'm running into. It's too easy to run into enemies. Can't even talk right now. I don't want to drop the damage. I think I'd like to keep the damage. I don't think I need anything extra. I could though. I wouldn't drop wolves. I'd probably drop creeper. I liked having more. I don't really use creeper. We have so much crit chance, honestly. There's really no use for creeper now if crit chance stays the same. I mean, it's still nice to have, but it's not that big of a deal with all the crit chance that you can get. It was before, but I might actually go ahead and do that. Drop creeper for for debilitating roar. But this is working out pretty good. Just 40 multiplicative damage that I don't really want to lose. I could also use Retaliation now. That's another one. Because I'm using Bulwark, I could probably use Retaliation on my amulet. And then I could get another big chunk of multiplicative damage. Or I could use Conceited. Probably Conceited would be better. I mean, I don't know. I always feel better with Conceited, but Conceited is... I'll probably get more out of having Retaliation. Not much more, just that extra 5%. Oh, it'd be like 7.5% on my amulet. Yeah, I don't even have Heightened Senses on. Yeah, this is definitely a lot better with the barrier. Oh, I feel like everything's going to be Nature's Fury now. Everything is going to be Nature's Fury. I was kind of liking the difference. I love Nature's Fury. It's like my favorite key passive, but it feels like now everything is going to be Nature's Fury. Obviously, look at the damage on the boss. Where'd he go? There it is. That was way easier. That was super easy with the barrier and Nature's Fury. Just having that barrier there as an extra stopgap for taking the one shot, or not necessarily a one shot, but a two shot, that initial damage, then follow-up damage, just having that barrier option to kind of stop that second follow-up source of damage and be able to use a potion and get the most benefit out of it. I think that's probably feels so, which is fine. Like, it just, I feel like we're right back to just everything being Nature's Fury, which I love Nature's Fury because I like it. I think it's really creative. What am I doing? This is what I'm doing. Take this. But I would like there to be, there probably is more options. This isn't the end. This isn't how it's going to be by the time they finish it up, but it does feel a little bit kind of like you can only use one specific thing. See what Conceited is. I have a bad roll of Retaliation. I had to make a bunch of new characters. Oh, they're both the same. I'll keep what I have until I find a better Retaliation. Oh, I don't need any of that. Let's just go ahead and temper what we have. I wonder if what can I get here? What can I get? If I can get more points on my Earthen Bulwark, that might be better than having the max life. I don't know. I could get 4 on Earthen Bulwark. Yeah, I know. But you know, it's still gonna be good. It's a jam. It's still gonna be good. Like, you already know that that's gonna work. Yeah, that's true. On the bear, Kenny. It'll be fixed, man. It'll be fixed. I don't think straight bear would use Nature's Fury. Like, obviously, it wouldn't be necessary, though, because I think you're going to do a ton of damage. And bear's inherently tanky, right? Because you're going to get damage reduction. You're going to have sources of things you can use. Yeah, I know about that. Costs. I know about the snapshotting the overpower from provocation. I mean, I honestly think Werebear is going to be closer to S, like for Druid. I think Werebear with the pulverized setup is going to be closer to S, just because I think you're going to do so much damage. Like, I feel like the damage is going to be crazy. And with that, why does this keep bugging out, man? Everything, it just keeps bugging out over and over again. I think the damage is going to be really good, and I don't think you're going to have as much of a problem with tankiness on Werebear. You know you can build tons of HP easily on Werebear. You already have armor from your Insatiable Fury just because of how much armor you get from that. So I think Werebear will be pretty good. And then obviously you can run Bestial Rampage and have 50 multiplicative damage, and then pulverize everything, and everything just dies. I think it'll be okay. Especially with all the HP overpower changes, I think the biggest change they could make to make Werebear over the top would just change Toxic Claws to affect Werebear as well. I'm gonna put that in my Druid video when I decide when I make it. I feel like Toxic Claws should affect Werebear. It's called Toxic Claws. If it did, it would really make Werebear shine a lot. The change to Changeling's Dead, I think, is one of those things. I also think the fact that you can build up a lot more HP is, I feel like it's going to make overpowers a lot stronger. I'm sleeping on Stormclaw, bro. They're going to have to change it massively. I don't even think with that many ranks you could really get solid hits off of it in high tier content. I'm going to stay asleep on that one. Even though I love Stormclaw, I absolutely love Stormclaw. I want them to really buff up basic attacks. I actually want them to buff up Maul. I want them to make basic attack builds a thing. But currently, it just doesn't hit. Yeah, something like that, Kenny. I think that would be kind of cool. Oops, that was an accident. There's a lot of things they could do, but we'll see. Okay. My man hit me with that broken mast. I'm honestly not a big fan of this. I feel like you have to play like a range setup. And I don't like that. And they took away like the damage reduction that you get on Barb from being a melee character. I feel like they're going to have to add something to make melee builds feel tanky. Then again, I think they will make change. They're probably going to make a lot of changes before they launch Season 4, so. I think this is nice, though. I feel like tornadoes, this is really cool, having so many tornadoes you can cast at once. I wish they would change the lightning storm duration to, like, chance to proc a second lightning storm strike. I wish, like, who's using lightning storm duration? I don't even know why they would consider that. That doesn't make any sense to me. I love how the walls are so powerful. Oy vey. Yeah, the framework is there. I think the problem is, I think the problem with the roars is that you know, they have to change them. Like you can't just change the tag on something that wasn't designed to be a shout. Like all of Barb's shouts were designed to be shouts. Bloodhowl's not designed to be a shout. Debilitating Roar is in a way, but it has a really low duration. But you know, they need to rework Bloodhowl, and I think they need to increase the duration to maybe 1 second or so. And the fact that we don't have any passives just proves that even further, right? Barbarian has an entire tree of passives for shout skills, but Druid obviously doesn't have any passives that improve Debilitating Roar or Bloodhowl. So the fact that they just simply, you know, slap on a shout tag onto skills that weren't designed to be shouts is honestly just really stupid. They need to implement some changes to benefit Debilitating Roar and Bloodhowl if you're going to change it to a shout, or else it's just going to feel bad. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like increase the duration as a passive, right? Or, you know, give you Spirit Gen, or give you damage after you've shouted, or something like that. We don't have any of that. And I'll be damned if they'd use aspects, bro. We're already starving for aspect slots on Druid. If they use aspects to do that, it's going to make it even worse, because we're not really going to use those aspects. They would have to be so ridiculously overtuned to make it worth using an aspect slot, because all of our aspect slots are always taken up by other things. So that's my problem with the Druid. Again, like another design that they decide to make without making it make sense. Like, you can't just slap on a shout tag and be like, oh, we're good, they're now shouts. It's like, that's not how it works. How does Bloodhowl even work as a shout if you don't use the passive that gives you attack speed duration? How does this function as a shout if you don't use I'm sorry, that's rabies. If you don't use this passive, because there's no duration on it, it just heals you. It doesn't even heal you over time, and neither does this. And this just generates spirits, so this doesn't even function. It has no duration unless you use Preserving Bloodhound. Doesn't do anything. So it doesn't, like, it just seems like a half-ass attempt at doing something. And that's how I feel like the Druid class is as a whole. It's just like a half-ass attempt at putting Druid in the game, because they know a lot of people really love Druid. And I mean, obviously that's because it was one of the more popular classes in D2 and D2R as well. But you gotta think about these things before you just decide to just slap on shout. It doesn't work like that. Like that, just, you can't do that. I mean, you can, but it's gonna be pointless. People aren't gonna like it. So, I mean, that's my soapbox. I'm gonna include a lot of that stuff in when I do decide to make the Druid changes. But that's just how I feel. Even the companions just feel the same way. They're slapped in there. The companion damage buckets don't have anything other than companion. Like, look at this. Companion, companion, companion. I don't understand, like, and then when you use companion pants, you split the damage buckets. So then you have lightning damage on your wolves, physical damage on your ravens, and then you have poison damage on your creeper. So it's like, how are you going to invest in 3 different damage buckets outside of just using companion skill damage? What are you going to, you're going to go for like damage to close enemies, sure, all that's fine, but I mean, there's only so many sources of that. And then obviously wolves is completely, they die immediately in any content above like a tier 100 dungeon. Yeah, I mean, and we have a roar-based unique item. I mean, there's just so many things you just, yeah, I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. But I'm not a developer, so I can only ask for changes. But I'm still going to be hanging out with my Druid. I ain't going to lie. I'm still be using my Druid all through the season. So I just hope that they understand, like, nobody wants to, not a single person wants to run all 3 companion skills on their build all the time. Well, there's people out there, but generally speaking, I don't think many players want to just run Shepherd's Aspect with Stampede on every single build, and then 4 of your skill slots are already taken up, right? You use Petrify, you use Wolves, Ravens, and Poison Creeper. And that's if you can get away without having a basic skill attack. Because if you can't, then 5 of your skill slots are taken up. So well, yeah, I mean, Necro minions are just, they're built properly. They're not tacked on. They were considered when they were putting the Necro minions in the game. Now, obviously, they suffer from a lot of the same problems that companions do, but over time, because they were put into the game properly, you know, I mean, what is a Necro without Necro minions, right? Yeah, the Druid thematic, like, that's how I feel about the Druid. I love the thematic aspect of the Druid. I love the fact that it has all these access to, like, elemental damage, and you have access to shape-shifting and all these cool things that it can do. Unfortunately, there's just not enough cohesion in the class. Like, a lot of these passives, like Toxic Claws, things like this, should apply to WoW Shapeshifted. And that's a thing I've said multiple times. Like, Toxic Claws should affect both Werebear and Werewolf. A lot of the damage bucket should be affecting WoW Shapeshifted, not, you know, when you're in Werebear or Werewolf. For instance, Digigrade Gate. 12% movement speed for a 3 skill point investment, yet it only affects Werewolf. When you have a class like Barbarian that has this exact same passive and it affects the Barbarian through every aspect of the character. Digigrade Gate should be WoW Shapeshifted, and it should be a higher percentage because it's specific to WoW Shapeshifted. Same thing with Iron Fur. 9% damage reduction when we get 15% damage reduction from Vigilance, and that's only while in Werebear form. Why would you want 3 points in that? It's a lot of points. So, I mean, there's a lot of little things here that they could do. This is cool. Like, Clarity's fine, I guess, but the problem with Clarity is, I mean, it's really powerful. The problem is like, companion skills feel really clunky when you cast them. Like, casting your poison. Could you imagine, like, putting Clarity on, say, Shred? Or putting Clarity on, like, Pulverize? Well, maybe Pulverize you could. But putting Clarity on Shred, or having Clarity work with your Lightning Storm, or Clarity work with your Tornado, when a lot of that depends on attack speed and you're trying to use it really fast, and every single time you have to cast a companion skill, between those things, it destroys the build, and it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, exactly. Jack of all trades, master of none, and that's a problem. Like, you know, that's a problem. You can't have that in a game where, especially now, they're removing all this damage reduction and they're making it more difficult. It makes it really hard to create a very good build for Druid that it pretty much destroys build diversity. A lot of this stuff just destroys build diversity. And it makes it very bland when it shouldn't be. It should be exciting and you know, even the quick shift changes. I really hope they revert some of the changes to height instances as well as quick shift. Like, adding duration is cool, but making you do it multiple times just to get the buff is, and then it falls off so quickly. It's really painful. Like, Bestial Rampage, I've said that a million times, like the fact that you have to stay in Werebear for 2 seconds, that in itself is really annoying. Like, that can completely get, you know, throw you off, and if you don't time it correctly, you don't even get the 50% multiplier. So a lot of things I think should change. Even Ursine Strength, I think, should affect both Werebear and Werewolf if you have it up. Like, the health that you get from it. Like, why can't you just make it affect both Dire Wolf and Dire Werebear? More health is always welcome, but... And that's not to say that I'm not okay with, like, exclusive passives, but if they are exclusive to a specific version of the Druid, it needs to be incredibly powerful. like, because it limits the class so much. So there's really, like, if it's not powerful, then you won't use it, because why would you limit a class, put limitations on what you can actually achieve with the class for a passive that doesn't really, you know, deserve that investment? So that's another thing. Like, anything that makes it where you have to exclusively use one specific aspect of the Druid, it needs to be incredibly powerful. It needs to basically change the way that your character plays, or else there's no point. You're not going to use it. Why would you? It's a horrible idea to invest in something that doesn't, you know, give you that much change. So I think there's a lot of stuff they can do. What, like three of our key passives are absolutely trash. 3 of our key passives are absolutely trash. You won't even use them. You know, our ultimates now, like Petrify, is just incredibly powerful. That 10-second cooldown was crazy. Adding a 10-second cooldown on bosses. It was funny, I was watching Rob's video on the bug with Hurricane, and because you can summon 5 bosses in the room, you can get instant cooldowns on your Petrify and just spam Petrify over and over again. I think that's hilarious. Obviously, you could never do that because you'll never have 5 bosses together unless they do something crazy. But I thought that was pretty funny. You can just spam Petrify over and over again. Jesus. I gotta pay attention to what I'm doing. Is that new? Is that tracking lightning attack new? I don't think I've ever seen that before. Okay, so it didn't hit the suppressor enemy. Sorry, we got a challenge shrine now. Why is this guy not dying? Now we're using cheats. We have our constant Petrify. Somehow this guy didn't get hit by Petrify. Maybe he was unstoppable. I don't know. Using cheat codes here. Look how fast the boss dies. I'm telling you, tornado's actually not bugged, and it does a ton of damage. Like, it's definitely gonna be one of the higher tier builds in my opinion. I'm just reading through the chat real quick. Yeah, exactly. I do feel, or they just need to revert the nerf to the shape-shifting passives. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the shape-shifting hybrids are insanely fun. I would say I was having a blast after they released the Gauntlet, because, you know, with the Gauntlet, you basically had to, you know, change the entire way you played. And I was having a blast with the shape-shifting Pulverize and shape-shifting Lightning Storm and using Zenith Ring and doing all that. That stuff was a ton of fun. I know I get you on Tornado, but it's the most consistent build outside of Pulverize. But see, my problem with Heightened Sense is just the changes they made. So with Quick Shift, you have to constantly swap back and forth, for the same damage buff that they just gave us, actually a lesser damage buff. So they just buffed Quick Shift on the on Seasonal Realm to 7% multiplicative damage. And they turn around and change it to a 6% multiplier, but you have to constantly Quick Shift in order to get the full duration of the buff. And I mean, to get the full benefit of the buff. But the problem is that you lose every single stack when that 3 seconds runs out. And most of the time you've already killed the enemies before you even have full stacks of Quick Shift. So I would have rather them added a duration that you could see as a tooltip on your bar, and then just left it the way it was. Honestly, there's no reason for them to have made it a stacking buff, unless they made it where every stack of the buff fell off individually. Then it wouldn't be such a big deal. Same thing with heightened senses. You had damage reduction, and that was really nice. You could just quick shift back and forth. You had a nice little chunk of damage reduction. They did the same thing here. Made it a stackable buff. Granted, they did add movement speed, but no one's using heightened senses for movement speed. I like the movement speed. They could have just added movement speed to the passive in a smaller form. In my opinion, though, I don't know why they act like movement speed is that big of a deal, considering the enemies run so much faster than you do already. But they could have just added movement speed to it and left it the way it was. There's no reason to add this stacking buff situation, because it makes it a lot harder to maintain, and then when you can't maintain it, you have to restack it all over again. And then Bestial Rampage. I've said it time and time again. Instead of buffing the multiplier, which I'm fine with the extra damage, they should have removed the duration to stay in werewolf and werebear form. It made it as simple as shifting into werewolf, you have attack speed, shifting into werebear, you get the bonus from your damage, and then you maintain that for 15 seconds, and it plays perfectly into a quick shift build, so you're not slowing your playstyle down just for something like this to occur. And then on top of that, like, who wants to waste 2 seconds of your debilitating roar? Like, when you're trying to deal damage, usually you only cast your debilitating roar. And then trample, who wants to, stay in trample when you're not really doing any damage? So yeah, exactly. It feels great, and I feel like they took it away. Like, I feel like they basically made it a chore. This is making it a chore. All of this makes it a chore, and it doesn't feel good. I mean, there's really no point to do that. At least in my opinion, there's not a point to do that. I personally, if I was designing it, taking into account all of the other classes and how good they look currently, I would have not done that. I feel like all the other classes look really good right now. There's a lot of cool stuff, and even the new unique items. I feel like the new unique items just miss the mark completely. Like, you're basically doing the same thing where you constantly have to either shift back and forth on the boots, and you give up your mobility entirely just to have that. Oh, and the ring. Let's not even talk about the ring. Oh my god, talk about a huge miss on the ring. One of the coolest ideas, to have like a trample slide, subterranean, constant AoEs everywhere. Really cool stuff there. They just completely took it away. Like, well, they didn't take it away. They didn't even implement it. And now you just have to cast landslide, which I'm sure everybody wants to do. Everybody wants to just run around casting landslide. Or, now everybody wants to run, you got the hurricane. That's the big one. And I know a lot of people want a rabies build. I feel like a lot of people want rabies. My only issue with rabies is that the way poison damage scales into the late game, especially with how powerful a lot of enemies are, how much damage they deal. Like rabies, you're waiting for like damage, like your poison to take enemies down, and it just doesn't feel as good. They would have to change the way poison scales, in my opinion. Yeah, exactly. You don't even know. Well, yeah, I mean, they always have, though, right? They always have felt underwhelming. It's something in the math. Like, it's something in the way they have them set up. Oh, yeah, Blurred Beast. I don't necessarily... See, the thing is, right? I think that they made that change because they didn't know how to fix the bug with Blurred Beast. So, they basically just took Blurred Beast and nerfed it into the ground without replacing anything to make it feel better. It's also incredibly laughable when you look at the multipliers. Like, something that requires you to do something very specific has a really low multiplier, and it only affects like a small portion of enemies. So, I don't know. Let me see if I can't swap this over. Make these hurricanes, these tornadoes more powerful. Not hurricanes. So you have 22% while fortified. Or, where's conceded at? 25% while we have a barrier. We'll do 25 for right now. 38% more multiplicative damage. I don't really think we need the attack speed, to be honest. This feels really good. Except for when one random enemy can take your whole barrier away. I need to find more barrier generation. I think I could put that in my rings. I think it'd probably be best to have some, like a big fat level of barrier generation. Die, skellies. Now I could use my T-Bow's will now. This is gonna be, I think this is gonna be the setup, honestly. Look at how easy this is. Like, I still get one shot, but I could change that. Like, I could get more barrier gen, have a big barrier, tons of HP. I could definitely change that. Like, I could make sure I don't get one shot. With a little bit more thoughtful build layout. Like, I could probably make sure that doesn't happen. If I have like a ton of barrier gen, maybe like 2 rolls of barrier gen on the rings, and then you have this huge barrier. Probably have bulwark ranks on chest. Get like a big barrier, basically doubling my HP, my effective HP pool. Oh my god, dude. Just the damage from the spider little web shot is enough to blow me up like that. Just stay moving. That's the key. Move. Hey, nice. 100% crit chance. Gotta love it. Little mini spiders. Look at that cluster of enemies, man. Get away from me. I hate the most intimidating enemy. Those things that just run at you. Yeah, I definitely would rather have retaliation instead of conceded. Just because my barrier doesn't stay up that long when I do get hit. It's fine for bosses though. I burn right through a boss. Two, one. Oh no! I didn't notice the little. I was looking at the boss. Didn't notice little balls flying around me. That's okay. Yes, you can. Go in there. There we go. Maybe I can make a separate pair of boots now without trample cooldown reduction. Got some movement speed there. Although, I definitely don't want that. Definitely do not want cold resist. We'll just get rid of this stuff. Let me throw a potion on. Get a little bit more damage going. All right. The elixir changes are so good. Stop chasing me. What do I currently have on my pants? Yeah, I definitely need to keep that. Get out of here. I saw you go invisible. Yeah, you just kind of have to slow roll this stuff, kind of kill everything. Yo, that hardcore, man, without the elixir, that's gonna be something. I'm sure they'll tune up the damage numbers and stuff the enemies can do, but wow. What, I might actually try that on the last day of the PTR, just like run around in hardcore, like level a hardcore character, just to have an idea of how it would feel. Just have to have an exact build by the time you get to level 100. I know, right? Well, it won't be like that. You know they're gonna not. That's not how You know, they didn't mean for Dust Devils to work like that, you know. The Dust Devils. But technically, though, technically, they may be... I don't know. I mean, we have Hurricane now that has, like, you can do trillions of damage with Hurricane. So, and that also is an ability that has spinning wind involved. So you might call that a tornado, even though they labeled it a hurricane. Okay. I would like to know how your Petrify, how it affects enemies, like what the distance is. Because when you use your Erida's Will Ring, you pull enemies from so far away. But Petrify seems to only hit enemies that are, you know, within a smaller area of your character. I would like to know how that actually kind of works. Or if there's like any kind of barrier between you and the target, even if it's like a small little broken wall or something. Right, these look like Dust Devils, I agree. Well, maybe, you know, they live out... They probably don't see a lot of tornadoes where they live, so they don't know how, you know... Maybe they see more Dust Devils, and they don't really see tornadoes. So they're probably like, well, you know, Dust Devils are a lot scarier than a tornado. Just getting caught up in all that dust. I mean, these tornadoes are pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. We're doing some work with these tornadoes so far. So, again, it's probably just gonna... We're probably just gonna have to see where we can land in terms of survivability. But I'm gonna take this up as high as I can. I'm gonna go as high as I can possibly go. Let me check something real quick, guys. All right. Also, I have a podcast I'm going to be on tonight, the Pure Diablo podcast, if you guys have heard of that. I'm going to be doing a podcast with those guys tonight. First ever podcast I've ever done, so it's going to be pretty interesting. %, would... I don't think they're going to nerf it, bro. I think they're just going to fix it. I wouldn't say that it needs to be nerfed if it's working appropriately, but they definitely gotta fix it. If they don't fix it, it's gonna be... I mean, they're gonna fix it, man. I was watching with Dejo the other day, and I showed him. He got me to link the video to him that I made for it, and I showed him that it was what was happening, and he sent it directly to Blizzard. So, and then also Rob made a video today about it. So I think it's definitely going to get fixed. Oh my god, dude. I was trying to evade out of that. Ooh. Ooh. Back up. Get out of here. Get out of here. Don't ruin my ultimate. Yo, no. Of course there would have to be armor enemies. Get out of here, man. I didn't even notice them. Whoa. That was messing with my eyes right there.
I must wait.
You know what I was also wondering? I was wondering if you could use trample, like turn trample into an earth skill, and use trample to reset your hurricane as well, to stack up the hurricane, just so that way you wouldn't have to use boulder. That'd be kind of funny. Obviously, they're gonna change that the way it stacks. But it'd be kind of funny if you could trample it into trillion damage hurricane. I'd imagine you could. Anything that would reset hurricane and constantly refresh it, it would probably cause that to occur. I don't think it has anything inherently to do with boulder. Boulder is just the easiest way to get it to reset. Okay, I thought maybe I could have dodged that, but something random, a random lightning bolt out of the sky, just killed me. I need more time. Yo, that's one thing I'm excited for about PoE. The constant ability to dodge roll. I think that's going to be so cool. PoE 2 is going to be pretty interesting. It's like, it sounds more like an action RPG that's been married into like like Souls-like gameplay, with that dodge roll giving you iframes, and it also being like spammable. Yeah, sure, brother. Let me I'm in the middle of are you in the stream? Jesus. Yeah, animation canceling. That's gonna be crazy. I used to play DC Universe Online, and there was a lot of crazy DPS stuff you could do with animation canceling, so that's kind of cool. It's not something I'm not accustomed to, so that's gonna be pretty interesting. I also thought that was crazy, the firing off of your horseback, like using a basic attack skill off your horseback. I was like, they need to still that immediately. Like Diablo, the devs need to still that yesterday. Like, I want to shoot stuff off of the back of my horse. I think that'd be so cool. That's such a nice little little difference there for horseback combat. And your little mount fights things. When you jump off your mount, it helps kill stuff. I was like, these guys are crazy. They're doing all kinds of crazy stuff. Sure, Sam. Yeah, absolutely, brother. That's what I was wondering if you were in the chat. I was just in the middle of you just got me right after I got out of doing a pit run. Do I have a good pair of boots? Honestly, it's not really that big of a deal. Oh, it is? I hope not. That'd be awesome. Let me invite you to a party real quick, bro. I want to test this stuff out with a tier 200 boss. I just want to get over a level 100 pit, and then I'll do that. Thanks, my man. Appreciate you, bro. We'll be doing this until once this is done. Though I'll probably take a break from D4. I don't really enjoy doing. Yeah, season 4 is looking good, man. I'm over season 3, guys. I'm sorry to say. Yeah, a lot of their shape-shifting stuff looks really good, man. I'm really excited for it. I am. I honestly think if there's anybody like that can really innovate in the space right now that has that ability to, it's definitely Triple G. Mainly because that's the only game they make. I mean, if that's the only game you make, that's probably the best company to do it. So I definitely foresee there to be a lot of cool things coming. My hope is that they can make it as convenient for casual players who don't have the time to invest. I hope they kind of streamline a lot of their systems and get rid of the unnecessary amount of complexity that's there. I mean, it's good to have some complexity, right? It's fun to discover things, but when you have to have like 13 million websites telling you exactly how to play, that's not fun for a lot of people. Yeah, I hope they do. That's one of my biggest things about D4. I wish they would make the passives way more transformative. I'm fine with the fact that we don't have a lot of passives available on our skill tree because we have other things, right? We have like aspects, we have the paragon board. I think my only issue is that a lot of that stuff is just plus damage, plus defenses, and it's not really transformative in any way. So I wish they would take what we do have, even though it's, you know, in the skill tree, it's not as much, because, you know, you have aspects, and you can always do stuff with aspects. But I wish they would take a lot of the passives and think about ways of making them far more transformative. Whether it be like changing it how the skill interacts, or, you know, giving it a different elemental type, stuff like that. I'd also wish, and I know a lot of people didn't like Diablo Immortal, and I hope this doesn't make you guys tune out. I'm just going to mention something very small about it. So one of the really cool things that you could do in Diablo Immortal was that certain skills, when cast, like certain elemental skills on the same character, when cast simultaneously, would create like an elemental effect for that specific skill, that specific damage type. So for instance, like if you're a barbarian and you used Whirlwind and you used Dust Devils, when you cast your Dust Devils, they'd be considered like a wind element. And then if you use like a fire ability, it would automatically create like fire Dust Devils, because it would like catch the Dust Devils on fire And so it was kind of cool that they worked in unison. You know, it's like you could do stuff like that. That was a lot of fun. I know a lot of people really can't stand even talking about DI, and I understand. I'm not a big fan of like pay-to-win games. I think it's terrible that gaming has got to that point, but I don't think it's going away at any point in time. But that being said, there were some really cool designs in that game that I wish they would have carried over to other games, and that's one of them. They also had it where, like, when you were in a party with people, certain skills could interact with one another. So, for instance, a lot of the different classes had some kind of beam attack, right? The Crusader had a beam attack, and the Sorcerer or Wizard had a beam attack. And the Sorks had this ability to create like a crystal prism ability, which summoned like this big crystal that you could shoot your beam attack into, and it would refract your beam attack into multiple enemies. And if you were a Crusader, you could actually fire your beam into the same prism the Sorcerer just created, and it would cause your beam to refract as well. So you could have like a team of people working together, attacking multiple targets off of the crystal ability. So it was really cool, some of the systems they actually implemented. It's just unfortunate that those systems were implemented in a pay-to-win game. You know, there was a lot of really cool stuff that they had. And a lot of creative stuff as well. So hopefully they do stuff like that in the future. I would definitely love for them to do more stuff that was far more transformative. I mean, there's just so... the aesthetic of Diablo 4, like, no one's going to argue. It's probably the best looking action RPG to date. It's definitely a next-gen action RPG. And the combat is definitely top tier. Like, how well your characters move, how well they respond. Everything is really nice. There just needs to be more pop with your skills. It needs to be more creative, more appealing to the eye, a lot more diversity in terms of, like, damage types. Yeah, definitely best combat. Easy, hands down, best combat. It's honestly what keeps bringing me back because I love the feel of the combat so much. And a lot of the problems that I had with Last Epoch are same problems that I have with Diablo 4. They definitely have a more diverse skill tree. However, they are still at fault for having a lot of plus damage and plus defenses. And their itemization is definitely way better, but the combat is very clunky sometimes, especially for the build that I was playing. And obviously, it's not as pretty to look at, and sometimes it was just, you know, it just kind of looked too cartoonish for things that I typically like to play. Stuff like this, where the graphics are a little bit more towards the, you know, realistic side, even though you are fighting demons and dragons and whatnot. Yeah, the lava fire magma druid bear, that looks cool. Yeah, but like I said, I think they're going to do it up with PoE 2. I think they really are going to try to get that combat feeling weighted, really responsive. I'm really enjoying the idea of having an infinite dodge roll that has iframes. It's going to create such a high skill ceiling for the game. And I love, like, anything that increases the skill ceiling while not punishing players who may not be as good as other players. So, like, a dodge roll with iframes is going to help everybody. But a dodge roll with iframes is going to be exponentially different on players with very quick reflexes and who really understand what they're looking at. And I love stuff like that. So it benefits everyone in the game, but players that have a higher skill ceiling will be able to really excel in content that maybe other players who may not be as good at the game or may not have as fast as reflexes can. So as long as they don't gate stuff, it's cool. But I love difficulty, and I love giving opportunity to players who are really good at something to shine. Yeah, that's me, Sam. It's like I'm gonna play Last Epoch after I finish the PTR, just because I want to become more familiar with the game. But it's really it's not as exciting for me as playing Diablo. PoE 2 definitely looks to be one of those games that I want to play. There's also another action RPG coming out from another company that I want to try out. But yeah, D4 PoE 2 are probably going to be the ones that I stick with mostly. If PoE 2 is as good as what it seems like it's going to be. I don't really want to pull up a bunch of websites to play a game. That's not, for me, that's not fun. I don't like to do that. I like to figure everything out on my own. And then obviously find it out organically through playing with other players. One of my favorite things about Last Epoch is the endurance system. So in Last Epoch, they have this system that uses endurance and endurance threshold, which if you played through Diablo 4, you probably have seen the damage reduction while injured stat. It's basically built-in damage reduction while injured. So when you're playing Last Epoch, if you die, it feels like a death that was primarily your fault. Now that's not always true, because in Last Epoch, there are some crazy hitboxes, like really bad, poorly designed hitboxes, and obviously you have a lot of issues on the live servers. But it's such a nice system having built-in damage reduction while injured, and you can actually build into that and have a large chunk of damage reduction that's on your character. And I thought that was a really great system. I really enjoyed it. And I felt like it made the game feel a lot more fair in terms of like your deaths. So I hope they that was one of the big sad parts for me when I seen they removed damage reduction while injured from the PTR. So I hope they incorporate something like that, or at least balance the game really well, because that's such a nice system, that endurance system. I just killed myself. I dodged into that. That's alright. We won. Yeah, that's what I like, man. I love how they have that design, the defensive stuff. It's really well designed. Really good stuff. Why did it spawn me here? Where's my portal? Is that it? Yeah, okay. I think Ward was a little too powerful, though. I felt like Ward was, like, it was pretty broken. I never really wanted to use it just because it was so powerful. Let's see, anything good here? I like that they swapped your rat skills to your boots. I think that's pretty nice. I like that. Let's do some tempering real fast. More masterworking, I should say. Keep calling it the wrong thing. Let's see. Let's do this ring here. So far, what I think about hardcore, brother, is if I think they're gonna make a lot of changes. I think they're gonna retune the difficulty a little bit here and there. But yeah, hardcore is really gonna be. It's hard to say because, like, you know, obviously, you know, this isn't how the difficulty is going to be. I think though that yeah, tornado builds are going to be great for hardcore. Lightning storm, I think, is going to be great for hardcore. Anything that keeps you out of distance will be pretty good for hardcore. And I think they'll do pretty well. I don't think you'll see a huge discrepancy between like where you can get in hardcore with certain builds. Obviously, barring the overall skill of the player. Like if you die, you know, it's by something you could have avoided. That's not necessarily the build's fault. But yeah, I feel like in hardcore, you're probably going to lean towards, like, barring anything that pops up or any changes that they make, probably going to be leaning towards, like, builds that can hit enemies from far away, especially with the change to the field of view. Builds like Lightning Storm and Tornado are going to feel a lot better. Mainly Lightning Storm. I think Lightning Storm's going to feel crazy good with the changes to the field of view. Same with Pulverize. I think Pulverize builds are going to feel really good because you're going to be able to hit enemies from further away. You're going to be able to see enemies and hit them from further away. That's going to be nice as well. It's hard for me to say about, like, up-close builds. I feel like stuff like companion builds that require to get close to enemies to reset with Pack Leader, or Stormclaw builds, unless they do something dramatically different with the overall, like, difficulty, or they add some more damage reduction back in that you can get on some affix rolls on your standard legendary gear pieces, I feel like you're not going to want to lean into those builds. But with what I know currently about hardcore and the way the game feels, I definitely feel like you're going to be leaning towards those range builds. And I think if you play correctly and if you build your character correctly, barring any wild one-shots that can occur, right, you'll probably not see a massive difference between, like, hardcore and softcore builds. That will just be more about how the player plays, right? If you're willing to risk it and you have a really well-structured build, you'll probably be able to climb into the top tier pit levels. I definitely think that every single build will be able to get to, like, the point where you can get the highest tier masterworking materials. I think that's going to be no problem. I think builds getting to, like, tier 80, stuff like that, I don't think you'll see an issue there. But in terms of, like, starting to go past that into higher tiers like 100, 150, 200, that'll be dependent on how they balance the game, as well as, you know, overall player skill. And that's what I have to say about that. Come on, finish this up. So we got lots of armor, way too much armor, plenty of HP. All of our resistances are capped. I would like to get that Tyrael's Might. I feel like that's going to be really powerful as well. We need a better bulwark aspect. See if I have one. No, we're still at 1 on Mending Stone. I need the mats, but yeah, I think I can kill a level 200 boss pretty easily. I'll probably do Duriel. I'll probably get the mats, get the mucus eggs, and do Duriel a bunch of times. I'm just pushing pit tiers right now. I'm trying to get... This is where I want to be at right here. Tier 100. I want to do a tier 100. But with Tornado, I feel like you'll blow right through bosses. I do so much damage right now. It's insane. It's just survivability. Like that. I'm not even sure what killed me there. I think I just got punched. And I don't think they're going to nerf this. This isn't bugged or anything, so... This is actually probably right where it'll stay at. Or at least to some degree. Dang, man. That guy's just popping up and smacking me one time. What is that enemy? I know he disappeared right there. I feel like our resistances need to be more impactful. I feel like our armor and our resistance caps like need to be raised. I feel like they need to raise it to like 80% damage and like 80% res cap. If they don't want to tune the damage the enemies can do, I definitely feel like they should increase the caps. %70 just isn't enough, man. Especially when you're going into stuff like this with enemies that are 200 levels of, like, 100 levels above your character. And I think different enemy attacks like these electrified obelisks need to be targetable by the player. I should be able to break those. Yeah, like I said, I could make a build where I would have a higher barrier. Like, that's all I need to do. I need to get Rings to Bulwark on my chest piece, and then I need to get like 2 really good barrier gen rolls on like rings or something like that, and then I would be fine. Then I would have basically like double the effective health that I currently have. And I think that would be, well, not double, probably like 1.5 times. I don't think I could get a 30k barrier on my character unless I was using Earth Guard, but I don't have the aspect slots for Earth Guard. I'd have to take off Tempest Roar. I have to keep that. I have to keep this because I need the armor. Actually, if I built armor out and I took off Juggernaut, I could probably use Earth Guard and get 100% of my health as a barrier. But I would have to build out the armor appropriately, which I think you're going to be able to do. I think because you can get flat armor on your gear pieces, and then you can also get % armor, you might be able to do that with just a few pieces of gear without Juggernaut, and then you run Earth Guard, and you're basically just stacking out crazy amounts of barrier gen just off of Earth Guard, because you're constantly crowd controlling enemies. And then you'll have like a 30k barrier and a 30k pool of health. I'll show you guys that if you're not sure what I'm talking about in just a second. And that might actually be the best way to do it. And it would also make where you have your evade up whenever you need it. You're not worried about that massive cooldown from Juggernaut. I've been thinking about all these different little things while I play through the PTR. Even though I'm not doing them, I'm still actively thinking about stuff that might work and what might not work. Yeah, we're cruising right now. We're cruising. Man, I would love... Actually, man, that really makes me want to go ahead and do it. I need to build out armor, though. I don't have enough armor. I think something's bugged out with the resistance caps, too. It seems like sometimes your resistances aren't counting. Like when you use them through certain pieces of gear or your paragon boards. Easy. I'll show you guys real quick what I'm talking about with Earthguard. So if I could build out my resistances, then you use Earthguard, right? And it gives you a percentage amount of barrier on your next barrier cast for every enemy you crowd control, up to 100%, up to basically 100% of your HP. So all you have to do, like with a build like this, you're always crowd controlling enemies. So if I can build out my armor, you swap into Earthguard. Without Juggernaut, it will have more evade. And then when I'm going through the packs of enemies, I'll be able to have a pretty much capped out barrier for my whole HP pool. And then I won't have to, then you basically have effectively 60k health. And then your shields will stay up because with a better Mending Stone aspect, I'm also killing enemies rapidly, getting that barrier generation back off of Mending Stone, and then recasting it. So it's kind of like a really nice way of setting up your tankiness. And this might actually be the best way to build tankiness on the Druid for season 4, because I don't know if it would be easier to build out enough barrier generation that you would be able to supplement that instead of using Earthguard. But I think you could build up the armor where you wouldn't need to use something like Juggernaut aspect, and then you could swap into Earthguard. And yeah, you wouldn't have the same level of barrier on bosses, but you don't really need it on bosses. Like bosses are, they don't really do that damage. That yeah, you can get one shot, and that's true. But most of the time, it's like bosses are manageable. It's all the packs of enemies. So I think I could show this. I just don't know how much armor I would have without... I mean, I'd lose pretty much all of my armor here. But then I could roll out of dodge chance, and that would be the big deal. So, like, if... Let me see. So, unlike my pants, if I rolled out of dodge chance, I could roll into armor. And that would supplement that loss of armor. And then I can further temper it with more armor percent, which would basically cover, it should cover. So like here I have armor, and then I could roll, and then I have armor percent. I can get a better armor percent there, and then that's, you can't do anything about it here. Let me see. And then you could also get more out of your effective HP pool, so you could get HP on a lot of items if you were still lacking tankiness. That's the wrong thing. I need affix rolls. So let's see. So you can get armor on your gloves too. That could help alleviate that burden of having to run Juggernaut. So you could get armor on the gloves, you get more armor on the pants, and then get more armor percent on the pants. And then I think you can also get armor on your boots. Yeah, you can get armor on your boots. So there's a ton of ways to supplement your armor so you don't have to run Jug. And then once you do that, you could take off Juggernaut and run with Earthguard. Oh, no. I want to take off Juggernaut Kettle. So I was talking about ways to make Druid tanky without, and one of the ways that I think you would be really good is if you use the Earthguard aspect. So you basically have your full HP pool off of Earthguard. And then the only way I could do that is if I remove the Juggernaut aspect. So if I remove the Juggernaut aspect, I'm losing like 9k armor, 10k armor. Yeah, that's basically it. And I think you can do that because there's so many ways to get armor now. Like every piece of gear you can get armor on. I have 2700 there, plus armor percent. You can get armor on your gloves. You can get armor on your pants. Like if I remove the dodge chance, I don't really think I'm getting any benefit out of the dodge chance anyway. So let's go ahead and try that out real fast. Oh yeah, let me exit the game so it stops being bugged out. But yeah, I'm trying to think of ways where we could make a really tanky druid with a lot of barrier and basically never die. Okay. So there's 2,000 more armor you have there. Let me swap out the aspect real quick too. I want to see if I can show it to you guys. Let me see how much armor I actually need. Where's Earthguard? Earthguard. There you are. Okay, so we have 11k armor, so we need like 12k. So we need like 4k more armor, which we could easily do with just another armor percent roll, I believe. Let's see. I don't really want to roll anything on my ring. I love the fact that I have like a triple greater affix ring here. I don't really want to lose that crit strike chance. How much crit chance do we have right now? Probably close to 70%. 64.5. Attack speed. We can roll off attack speed, actually. We can roll that off. I don't think I need that. And we can get armor here. I believe. Yeah, total armor percent. So we can try out armor here. This might actually set me up really nice on my armor. %, puts me at 14.7. 28 out of 38 though. Let's try to get it a little higher. That 10%, 28.3 again. Come on now, game. Is that real? They really gave me a 28.3% twice? That's insane. No way did they do that. What's the chances of that being a thing? I get lucky hitting max life how many times in a row? What's going on? Come on. I'm telling you, they need to add one more affix line here. It still feels bad. And the cap at 4 milli? Come on now. People are still going to be pissed off about this. They got to have more affixes that roll. There we go. Let's see what this does. 15k. Yeah, I definitely think I could get it. I need one more armor roll, though. I need just one more. I wish... I wish Tempest Roar had armor. I don't have enough resistance that I can go ahead and swap that out. I need all my resistances. Anyway, this should be good enough. I don't know. I'm probably gonna get one shot pretty easily here, but we'll see what happens. At least what I'm gonna do is build up the crowd control and then cast it and hover it. Maybe I'll clear all these enemies. Okay, clear all this stuff out. don't die. Okay, okay. Let's see what happens. Give me my... Come on. 10k barrier. Okay. Well, we need more than that. We need more than that. But you see, it doubles it, so maybe if I get more ranks to Earth and Bulwark, and then I get maybe one generator. But now I have 10k barrier all the time. So Earthguard with some barrier gen would probably be the best thing to do. I wonder how much 4 more ranks of Earth and Bulwark would feel like. And then if I have a better Mending Stone too, guys. So you have to understand, once you get a capped out Mending Stone, you get a capped out Earthguard, you get your armor right, so you're not taking massive damage in that direction. You add a little bit of barrier generation. You're going to have basically double your effective HP pool. Especially because Mending Stone now will basically heal your barrier with any skill. So we're talking some pretty hefty damage reduction there. Or I should say not really damage reduction, but overall survivability through a higher effective HP pool. It's not really any damage reduction. We took that hit there. We took that hit from him, and we still had plenty of HP. I definitely wasn't playing smart there, but that's not my intention at the moment. I just kind of want to see how tanky I could be. Also, I think maybe if we put a few skill points in landslide, because we're getting a lot of landslide procs, not like the entire thing, but maybe get trimmer mode. Oh, God. We're kind of blowing through this pretty easily, even though we don't have the appropriate level of armor. I might take off some HP gems and try out some barrier stuff. Or can I get barrier generation from tempering? I have to look at it. Let's go. Die. Watch out for his doppelganger. But I think this is the build. I think this is going to be the build that I make. I might go ahead and make a planner for it. If I can get this thing to like tier 200 and beat a tier 200, I'll go ahead and make a planner for it. I might start making one. Obviously, if I need a different weapon. I need a staff, I think would be better. Yeah, I don't really need the attack speed. I'm gonna stay behind this pillar. What do we get? A soul brand? So what can I swap out? So maybe I can get a pair of gloves. I don't think I can. That's a pretty great pair of gloves with willpower. I'm not getting rid of my movement speed. Maybe a pair of boots without the willpower I think would be fine. Wait, what? Okay, I was like, what happened there? When did I favorite this? Ha, 15. Let's go ahead and throw on a potion, and we'll go into the next one.
Magic is near your road and filled with wonders.
So, Tempest Roar, Aspect of Mending Stone, Storm Chaser, Earth Guard, Symbiotic Aspect, Shepherd's on the two-hander, which I think I'd prefer a staff just for clearing enemies in dungeons, so you get a bigger bonus to crowd control enemies there, and you'll kill enemies much faster. We don't really need that overpower damage anyway, so we'll get it on. If anything, for bossing, you'd want to go with an axe. That will be across the board. You know, you'll kill enemies faster in dungeons, and you'll kill bosses faster. Not really two-handed hammer, but that's what I'd want there. And then probably conceded, not conceded here, unless we can keep our barrier up constantly. We'd probably want to run retaliation, but I don't have a good roll on retaliation. So retaliation on the necklace for more multiplicative damage. Shepherds, obviously, just to get more multiplier off, not Shepherd's Stampede, just to get more multiplier for our Shepherds. And then Umbral Aspect, because we're not using Direwolf form, so we need that extra resource generation. Not so much for bossing again, that's mainly just so we can constantly spam tornadoes against enemies in the dungeon aspect of the pit. So that, I think, is going to be the perfect setup. And then for your boons, you're going to want Weariness, Iron Feather, Avian Wrath, Calamity, or you could do Energize. Either one of these, I think you could run. Probably Energize. Either one. Calamity's fine. And then Calm Before the Storm, or you could use Masochistic. If you don't like Calm Before the Storm, you just run Masochistic just to get more HP regen. But you might not need that because you'll have such a high barrier and you'll constantly reset your barrier. So I think that would probably be the best way to do it. And then Paragon board isn't perfect. I didn't really take the time to set it up right, but you can see here my Thunderstruck node is getting me almost 200% multiplicative damage there. We're running Outmatch. We're running Werewolf just for the damage reduction. We're picking up Earth and Sky. Actually, I might swap out. You could probably swap out Earth and Sky for Undaunted for more damage reduction. Spirit, we gotta have Spirit. We gotta have Territorial damage reduction there. I'm pumping up our Thunderstruck node. And then Guzzler. Actually, you know what? Let me swap Guzzler out. Let's swap Guzzler out because we don't really get that much damage off of Guzzler. We'll run Undaunted there. And now we have 10% more damage reduction, and we're getting that extra damage while we're fortified. So yeah, that sounds pretty good. I think that's really good. I would like to run Fang and Claw, but I think I need the damage reduction from Werewolf. I could run Fang and Claw over Earth and Sky, though. I think I would run Fang and Claw over Earth and Sky. My only issue is getting close to enemies. I'm always afraid like that's gonna blow me up, but that's probably better. Or Fang and Claw over Earth and Sky, and that'll still keep me capped on my res. Yeah, we're fully capped on resistances. We just need more armor. Can we pick up armor from anywhere? Can we pick up more armor? I know I have a couple armor nodes here. There's like 100 there, but I need more than that. I'm sure I could pick up armor, but I don't think I need it. I think I just need to have better rolls on my gear pieces. Let's see how this feels with the Undaunted. Having that extra damage reduction is always going to feel better now. 10% isn't a lot, but it might... What did I do that for? I meant to use my tornado. Now I don't even have my... I didn't even... When I needed my ultimate, I didn't have my ultimate. I think I might want to get some, like, ultimate cooldown, too. I'd like to use Flicker Step, but again, like, getting close to enemies is just not going to happen. And Hectic only affects basic skills. Okay, well, there that went. The Corpse Bow. This guy. He thought he had me. That's that not having the armor cap. It's not so bad for most enemies, because most of the damage you're going to get is coming from some elemental source. But if there was a way for me to get rid of the Umbral aspect, that'd be nice as well. But I don't think I can get rid of the Umbral aspect without having to go straight Direwolf. But again, my only problem with Direwolf is the fact that you can't refresh the buff while you're in your Direwolf form. So it starts to feel really awkward, especially if you run out of your Direwolf and then you're just trying to spam your Tornado, but they take so much resources and you can't do it. And I don't feel like you're getting enough out of Calm Before the Storm to actually utilize anything other than like just straight werewolf and not direwolf. And then now we're good. We don't even have to worry about dying now. We just kill stuff. It's like a perfect pylon there, or shrine, I should say. We just need damage reduction. Gonna run out. Yeah, I think we can do a tier 200 on this build. I really do. It doesn't feel like I could be completely wrong, but I feel like if we set it up just right and get a perfect I don't even know how tanky those enemies are, to be honest, but if we get everything set up perfectly, we probably could do a tier 200 on this. We're gonna try. By over today and tomorrow, we're definitely gonna try to. This is my do enemies not go above 199? They definitely feel like they're tankier. So they just get more HP like we're playing they just get more HP like we're playing AOZ, I guess. Yeah, that's all it seems like. They just get a bunch of HP. AOZ all over again. So yeah, we're definitely good on tankiness. I think with all those different changes, like getting Earth Guard set up, getting your armor at the right cap, getting your HP pull up there, making sure you can reset everything with your symbiotic aspect. I think all of that will easily do, will make you tanky enough that you don't have to worry about dying too much. Because even with my armor not being, you know, kind of being jacked up right now, we're still, okay, I literally ran into that. That is all my fault. Why? Is that a sneaky snake? Oh, I lived through that one. That's funny. You're dead now. Bang. We might not have got. We'll get that one. 200 is the cap, I believe. No. Wait. Proc a lot of storm skills. No, the bonus landslide does not count. So you can't like just cast. It doesn't work like that. It only gives you like that one bonus landslide when you use storm skills. So it can proc it, but I mean, that's still, I don't think that's going to work at all.
Survive, Scorsglen, and you'll be the stronger for it.
Let's see, we got attack speed. Not the best staff there.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Seems like it'd be really awkward to try to get that to work, John. Like you just, you'd have to be really working to make that work. When it should just work as, you know, casting trample. Oh yeah, you do get a lot of, yeah, I mean that's how Nature's Fury works. I also think if you get a lot of freeze too, get a lot of freeze that can proc off of your lucky hits, and you'll be able to freeze enemies in place a lot. Maybe even scale lucky hit. I don't know. Yeah, we're hitting so hard. Even without like Ursine strength, we're hitting really hard. Yeah, even though we don't have our armor capped, guys, I mean, look at I'm still like still cruising pretty well through here. Like, obviously I can still get popped, but if you can get a nice favorable pit where you have a decent enemy type, not like constant snakes running at you trying to smash you with every type of damage that they have, I think it's definitely doable. You might have to fish a little bit, but I think once you get everything set up, you won't have to fish. Like, get the armor cap going, and then you can just go really heavy into damage. Every time I see a shrine, it makes me wish they would bring the ancestral shrines back. I loved ancestral shrines. That was such a fun change to shrines and getting that XP boost from those. Such a cool thing. Yeah, you see that werewolf got froze right in place. That's pretty cool. I love freeze, man. And then you just pop your... I can't see. I absolutely hate that camera angle when I'm looking down at the bottom of my screen, because everything's all of your whole UI is at the bottom of your screen, so it kind of cuts off your vision. What did I get hit by? Just that little fireball. That's funny. Just kill this guy. I don't even care. Waste of an ultimate out at the end of the day, but we're almost to the boss. Hopefully we won't die again, and then we can unlock like 2 levels. I'm going to work on this build too off stream, and if, like I said, if I can get to tier 200 or at least 150, I'll make a planner for it. I'll go ahead and make a planner for it, because I do think this is going to be a really good setup for season 4. I thought he died. God dang, boy. They gotta stop this. They gotta fix this. Like, reappearing in the previous level. This is the max zoom. We are zoomed out. It's still a decent chunk of zoom out, but... Again, it's mainly because enemies can gap close so easily. There we go. We should be good for the rest. We should be able to kill the boss. Go, go, go. Go, go. Dang it. Well, we got off enough tornadoes to kill them. There we go. That's fine. They also need to get rid of all... As soon as you kill the boss, all of that stuff should disappear. Every single attack should disappear. There should be nothing lingering for you to die by. Because in hardcore, if you're not paying attention, you'll end up getting hit by that stuff. Softcore, I'm not really... That doesn't bother me, but hardcore... If I get killed by a Lilith wave after I kill the boss, that's going to be really annoying. Let's see if we got any decent... I should farm some boss mats. so I can just do a tier 200 boss with this. I think we'll delete a tier 200 boss easily. God, I hate electrified obelisk. Feels like all the electricity damage is a bit overtuned. I'll just kill everything now. I also noticed they took off shrine buff duration, guys. So maybe for the maybe for season 4, the Gauntlet won't have shrines in it. That would be really nice. I am going backwards. Now I feel like they do. Just deleting them in one hit. It doesn't look like they're traveling faster. Which I'm not really too fond of, like, having super fast tornadoes. I'd rather them linger over the target for a little bit. Was I not doing any damage, yo? I think my tornadoes were getting stuck on the doorway. Okay. What? They spawned me right in that. I like it. Gotta keep you on your toes. Oh my god, dude. Any dungeon with these stupid snakes, I hate it. They are so strong. I haven't been using my poison creeper. I figure I should probably use it. My poor wolf having a battle with this super snake. Probably also, maybe we can increase the size of the tornado too. That would be really good. Increasing the size if there is the option to do so. That way it takes up a bigger area and then we don't have to worry about it missing enemies as they run towards us. That'd be probably a really good way of adding the damage to the tornado. getting more procs too. Oh god. What are you doing? I already know it. Where's the Lilith waves? Get away from me. Is there an affix that adds size to your tornadoes? Does anybody know off the top of their head? Let's look real quick. Let's see. Storm augment. Nothing there. Nothing on natural finesse. We got cyclone size. They just need to rework cyclone altogether, man. It's such a bad skill. They need to completely rework it. I would imagine they must have one if they have a... That's just storm augments. It'd be really sad if they didn't. Of all the things they could have. Earth damage stuff. Yeah, this is why I think like Werebear is going to be really good. Well, I should say. I mean, look at the boulder. You can get boulder damage. Probably not boulder damage, but you can get a lot of overpower stuff. Yeah, yeah. I've already that's definitely one of the ones. And my only issue again with Boulder Cane is just how close you have to get to enemies. Yeah, I feel like if there's going to be a high potential for you just to get blown up every time you get too close to a pack of enemies, especially if they have like unstoppable or something like that. And it moves enemies around. Like it tends to moves enemies around, and instead of like directly just hit them and kill them sometimes too. So you'll have like, you'll just be pushing stuff around. That's what I need right here. Barrier Gin. I don't know. I'm using Tornado right now and it feels really good. You have to understand, Boulder and Hurricane are both bugged right now, I think. I don't think that, honestly, for human, I think you can actually run a human, because I'm running a werewolf without direwolf right now, and I'm using that big chunk of resource cost reduction grizzly. And honestly, I feel like if you take off Tempest Roar and you added a Shaco here, I don't think you really would feel that much of a difference, because I'm also using an Umbral aspect on the ring. You can get more resource cost reduction. Like if you get a big fat resource cost reduction roll on like a staff, and then you also get it a greater affix on top of that, you could probably run a massive. No, I think it will work, especially because you get the damage reduction on a Shaco. You get +4 ranks to your tornado on a Shaco as well, so you're not going to need to run Tempest Roar at all. I don't think you will. I might actually try to make one But this is my werewolf setup right now. I'm just using Tempest, Mending Stone. I need more armor, but I could get more armor through my affixes. Storm Chaser, Earth Guard. Yeah, exactly. So there are ways to do it, and I think honestly it's really powerful. I'm doing a 104s right now, and I'm killing stuff easily. I think nature, and I'm running Nature's Fury. So my objective here is just to build a big giant barrier for tankiness. But I think this is going to be a top tier build. Like I said, I'll probably make a planner for it if I reach a certain level. But I don't think the damage is bad at all. You also have to take in mind, I don't have armor cap right now, so I need like another 1,400. But I think Tornado's great, honestly. I think Tornado's really good. I think Lightning Storm and Tornado are both going to be really good. And once, like I said, if I get some barrier gen on here, if I get some armor, get my armor right, I think honestly dying will rarely happen. I don't think you'll have to worry about dying. And then you can invest heavily into some more damage, so you can constantly scale it. But yeah, Shaco would be amazing. I think honestly human caster is probably going to be better than werewolf caster, just because of all the resource generation we have, and the fact that we don't have any damage reduction is going to make that 20% on a Shaco insanely valuable. And +4 rings to all your skills. You're going to have a massive barrier. You're going to have a ton of damage you're cranking out. I mean, it's going to be crazy. I think human druid caster is going to be absolutely the way to go. Mainly because of that big 20% damage reduction, and then the +4 ranks. You're talking, if you get +4 ranks on your earthen bulwark, right, from like your chest piece, then you get +4 ranks off of your Shaco. Then you use Earth Guard. You're gonna have like a 30k HP health pool, and then a 30k barrier that never really gets broken, because you're always gonna be healing it with Mending Stone. Like I think people are. I'll probably make a video on it. I know there are probably plenty of people who are gonna make a video on it, but I think it's gonna be S+ for Druid. Because of the lack of damage reduction. I mean, and the fact that they're going to make it easier to get Uber uniques. I don't think it's unreasonable now to make a build that requires an Uber unique. And yeah, I think Shaco is going to be crazy powerful. I mean, it's already really strong, but you're just thinking about all the different things you can get on top of it. I think it's just going to be really powerful. Especially, imagine if you get a greater affix roll on the stats, bro. Just imagine you get a Shaco to drop with a greater affix roll on the stat, on the +4 to stats. Or you get the damage, I don't think you can do the damage reduction, but you get +4 to all +4 to all skill ranks. And it is greater affix, then you masterwork it. It'd be absolutely ridiculous. Your tornadoes will hit like crazy. Your bulwarks are gonna be like massive. Your HP pool can already go crazy. And then you continue, like, again, armor's easy to get. You take off Jug. You know how you have your evade up whenever you need it. You no longer have to rely on Tebow's Will. You know, that's a wonderful thing. I think not having Tebow's Will on every build and choosing to go with a normal pair of pants is going to be so nice.
I'm not
And it makes Uber Uniques even more valuable. I feel like just the fact that they have taken all the damage reduction away, it makes a lot of Uniques more valuable, and even Uber Uniques insanely more valuable. Get over here, den mother. And then I can just walk away. Look, I just walk away. He pretty much just walk around with your tornado, and you don't even have to worry about it. Like, this is pretty crazy. And this isn't bugged. Yeah, Nature's Fury. Nature's Fury, no extra damage from like Ursine Strength or Bestial Rampage stuff. None of that. We're just using Nature's Fury. Oh, here we go. Now I have a better... So my Earthen Bulwark was trash. The Mending Stone was trash. Now I have a better Mending Stone. My Earth Guard is trash. I need a better one. But anyway, I could get armor... If you get greater affix rolls, like look at that. 2,700 armor on a greater affix roll. And then you also... It got Masterwork there. So you get armor percent on your chest. You can get armor percent on your pants here. I would take off this dodge chance if I could. I don't think I have any affix rolls left, so I think I could try to get that dodge chance off of there. I don't think I have any tempering. Well, maybe I do. So if I get armor percent here, I have 2 chances. Let's see if we can get lucky. Dodge chance. Come on. Bang! 17k armor. Look at that. So okay, so we're at armor cap now. We don't have God, that's so easy. This is crazy. So we're at armor cap now. We don't have Juggernaut on. I have 45, and none of my Masterworking hit it. None of my Masterworking hit it. And I have 45% chance for 2 tornadoes. No, I'm not getting NATO procs from anything else. So now we have armor cap. All we need to do is build out some bigger barrier. So my HP is 32k. If I took off a couple of these HP gems, I might be able to build up a much bigger barrier. Yeah, bro, it's crazy. You look at my Thunderstruck node. I hope they do not cap this. I have 191% multiplicative damage from my Thunderstruck node. It's absolutely ridiculous. I hope they do not cap this. It would be so sad if they cap this. If they cap this and they keep the difficulty, I'm gonna be pissed off. Because this is literally our only way to scale our damage to ridiculous levels. So I hope they don't. I hope they don't, because it's really good. And all I need now is a staff. If I have a staff, I'm going to be clearing enemy packs a lot more efficiently. But I have an attack speed roll here. I got the resource cost reduction. Bro, you can't. It's been on the Druid forever. I can't not talk about it. But if I got a greater affix roll on resource cost reduction, and then I also got a like at least 1 masterwork there, you know, think about that. Actually, you don't even need a greater affix. You don't even need a masterwork there. If you get 1 greater affix roll on resource cost reduction, you're looking at 60% resource cost reduction off of your 2-handed weapon. That's basically Direwolf. That's basically what you get off of Direwolf on your amulet. So this is a crazy... I think Tornadoes is going to be absolutely amazing. Just, it's crazy how much you can get. You don't even need Disobedience anymore. You don't even need Disobedience anymore.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
So, what was I going to do? What was I going to do? Oh, yeah, replace my Mending Stone. Look at how much it jumps up to. So from 365 to 484. I don't even know if that's even let me check it. Yeah, 484. So imagine like almost getting 1,000 restore on your barrier every time you kill an enemy, right? So, well, 663, but you get what I'm saying. Like getting closer to, I should say 700. I'm exaggerating a bit, but imagine getting 700 barrier restore every time you kill an enemy, and you're just killing enemies with your tornadoes in the back. You're able to move out of the way of damage a lot easier when you're not focused on enemies. And then if you get I think scaling Lucky Hit might be a good idea. I think it would be. Anyway, having that 10 spirit, that's the big one. Getting a greater affix roll on this spirit per second, I think is really big. A greater affix roll and maybe one masterwork would probably make it perfect without the Lust for Carnage node. I think there are several things that you can do without the Lust for Carnage node. The biggest one is going to be the resource cost reduction. If you get a greater affix roll and resource cost reduction on your weapon, you won't even need a lot of things. So I basically have like 40,000 HP right now with my barrier up. What killed me? I think I got hit by one of the... I dodged, though. Yeah, just having a bigger barrier. I think having, like, at least 20 to 25k minimum. 20 to 25k minimum would be perfect. And then any damage reduction you have, stuff like that will help out a lot. But still, man, you get one shot just by any little thing. And I have max res. I wonder if I could run... I don't know. I think just having more damage reduction from like something like a Shaco would be perfect. 20% more damage reduction. If I take off my poison creeper and I have debilitating roar, that could also work. Like, I think that, oh, it was my gears broken. That's why I'm not even paying attention. And just cast debilitating roar whenever I feel like I'm in the most danger, like when I approach an enemy pack. It's just I don't want to lose that damage. I really don't want to lose that extra damage. That's a lot of damage. I wish we had one more skill slot. Just one more. Let's see if this helps. I don't think ultimately I would need it if I had my barrier up. I don't think I really need it now, honestly. If I just fish for good pit runs. So like right off rip, you cast that. Because I spawned a bunch of enemies around me. Damage is still good. Damage is still good without the two creepers. Kind of supplementing my damage there. Oh, and I gotta get used to using debilitating roar. I definitely think retaliation is much better over over conceited until you have a big barrier. But we're killing shielded enemies there, and they're dying pretty decently, so. Oh yeah, Petrify has been buffed for no reason, though. They buffed Petrify for no reason. I don't know why they did. Everybody used Petrify already. I'm fine with it, though. I like Petrify. It's very easy to use. I think, yeah, debilitating roar until you get a fat barrier, and then once you have that, you're good. I don't think you'll need debilitating roar at all. I could be wrong, though. I mean, it pretty much gives you that almost invincibility for a few seconds, so it definitely is nice to have. Oh, I don't even have a potion on. Let me put a potion on. And then you also have to consider, if you do run debilitating roar, when you get a Shaco, you're gonna have even an even lower. What just killed me? Did that little piece of poison kill me? That little itty bitty tick of poison. Oh, I was low health. I wasn't even paying attention.
I'm not ready.
There we go. Oi. Oh, what is going on up there, guys? That looks scary. Probably the... Man, oh, this is annoying. What's up, my man? Hold on. Huh? You can... I can't hear you. You're gonna... You say salmon? Oh, okay. Give me just a second. It's hard to look away here, babe. I'll be... In just a minute, I will. In just a minute. Get up those stairs. Okay. Little monster. I do not like staircases. Okay. 2 minutes left. Should be able to get another level here. There we go. I'm probably going to use something like this, Harry. This is probably what I'm going to set up for hardcore. This or Lightning Storm. But I think this would probably be better. Well, I don't know. Lightning Storm is, you can hit enemies from so far away. I think that's probably what I like the most about it. Like a big Lightning Dancer aspect. You just kill enemies from super far away. My only thing would be the bosses. Like, Tornado does so much damage to bosses. But Lightning Storm is just a bit safer at first, like initially, if you can hit enemies from further away.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
We got 107. If I can stay alive, we can climb 2 levels at a time. I keep dying. I gotta be more careful. Everything explodes on death. Such a dumb mechanic. Having everything explode on death. Like, that is probably the dumbest mechanic of any game ever. Such a dumb way of adding difficulty. When an enemy is less powerful when they're alive, and they can one-shot you after they die because of a damage pool, it's not, I don't like that. Not my cup of tea. But I do like the fact that freeze can stop enemies from exploding, so. Now all we need to use is Zenith. What the? That little dude just smacked me in the back, boy. These guys hit hard. Is that a new enemy type? No, that's not a new enemy type. They just got HP back. Stuck by his own wall. My, how the tables have turned when you're stuck by your own stupid wall. God, we got a lot of enemies out of this level. Usually there's not as many. I'll make a build planner. Just to, do you guys want me to make a build planner for this? I'll make a video for it if you guys want me to. Again, it wouldn't be final. Like, I wouldn't call it like, but I can make one depending on all the. I don't know. Maybe I'll wait till they. I'll probably wait till they give us the. I know. I don't want to really. Once they give us the seasonal mechanic, I know it's supposed to be something with Iron Wolves, and we have like official patch notes. I'll make a build video, and then I'll change it if anything happens throughout the season. I don't really like to do it. Like I know people are making build videos for stuff already, but it's like, what's the point? Nothing's gonna be the same by the time they get a hold of this stuff. Nothing's going to be the same, I don't think. I think there are going to be a lot of changes. PTR is almost over anyway. I'll make a build video then. Like, once we get official patch notes, once I know the season mechanic, I'll set something up so that way you guys will have, like, a idea as to what I'm going to be using. I'll have one for Lightning Storm, I'll have one for Tornado, and I'll probably have... I don't know. I might do one for Stormclaw if they make any significant changes. And I'll probably do one for pets as well. And then after the season, you know, kicks off, I'll make more probably for like pulverize, stuff like that, but I don't want to go too crazy before I actually get to test everything in the season. I feel like that's kind of pointless. Especially if something doesn't work out and somebody's running with that build, they're going to think it's trash. Because it would be trash at that point. I don't like the idea of wasting anybody's time. Bye-bye. Oh, God. I see, that's what I'm scared of. That's what I'm scared of in hardcore, right there. That is a perfect example of what I'm scared of in hardcore. I didn't even have like less than a second to react to that. Man, they gotta telegraph that better. She just like spawned the circle and then smashed down. Like I could have got away from the waves, but the circle, that's what got me. I hope that scares me, bro. Like I don't know. That one's kind of scary. No. Just make sure you're facing the direction of the thing that you want to hit, and hopefully you hit that thing. I wish I did. But some things are just inherently better on mouse and keyboard, you know? So, I wish I could give you some help there. Same thing for trample, bro. There's nothing I can help you with. Or shred. Shred's really bad on controller. Trample is like, oh, hit or miss. And pointing any skills is always going to be difficult because of how they have the game set up. Not their fault. I don't really think there's anything you could do about it. Every action RPG is like that. God, if I could get that tankiness right, guys, I could just be blowing through stuff. Oh. Just get back. Too much stuff. Too many explosive fire bolts coming at me. I don't want to... Okay. The one enemy I didn't think could kill me. I thought I was safe. I was wrong. Jesus. All right, we gotta get better at this. The admonisher. He admonished me. That guy's gonna run back, I bet. He's gonna come back, he's gonna run back and reset and then turn around and walk back over here and hit me in the back. I already feel it happening right now. Oh, I want to get out of this corner. I want to get out of this corner so bad. Oof. Oh, yeah. I need a better retaliation so I can get a higher amount of damage off my fortify. I actually really love that little attack there. It can one-shot you, but it's so well telegraphed. Like if you run into that, it's probably your fault. It's like 99% of the time, it's probably your fault. Now we can really clear enemies. What? Oh my god, dude. Never mind. We just lost that. Just get blown up. Sitting behind a wall. We had to take our artillery shrine. We were about to have fun. That guy's still alive. Invisible wolf. Thankfully we have tornadoes. Die, die, die. You gotta love how, like, spawns that electrified obelisk way in the back, so if you get hit by it, you won't even see it coming. Holy cow. Man, shot out like a rocket. Okay, we should be good on the boss. Oh, I hate these little orbs. They're not that bad, actually. $109. All right. At some point, I hope we do get a better retaliation aspect, because I don't have a good one. And I would like to get rid of this conceited. Just something more dependable in terms of giving us damage. Although it's pretty dependable for bosses. Because I can just hit my barrier. I think we need some attack speed. I think we definitely need some attack speed. All right, we're gonna do 110, okay, and then for the rest of the stream, which will probably be about a little, maybe an hour, a little over an hour, we'll farm up some bossing materials, and I will go kill a tier 200 boss. So that's what we'll do. We'll go kill tier 200s and see how well we can make this work. And then I can take off Debilitating Roar, because we don't need that for tier 200 bosses. We just have extra damage. I don't think we need Debilitating Roar for anything outside of the pit, if we even need it for the pit when I get the barrier up. Oh my god. Wasted it. Jesus, man, what am I, like a minefield? They're shooting eyes all over the place. Good God. Trying to dodge stunning eyeballs left, right, and center. Ooh, yeah, I seen that. God, what was I thinking right there? Just kind of sat there and almost died. But we tanked it. That was a good thing. We tanked a full hit, so we're getting near. So if we tank that fire hit just now, right? If I have 20k more barrier, which should pretty much keep us almost at full life. It should be almost enough to give us like a chance to take 2 big hits before we die, which will be really helpful. I'm usually fast enough that if the first hit, I can tank the first hit, then I'll be good. If I'm really paying attention, like I'm doing hardcore or something like that. Oh, my shrine buff ran out. These guys are so fast. God, I'm trying to kill that stupid. The stupid shield enemy. Oof. Oh, I'm not out of the woods yet. Okay, I think I'm out of the woods. Hey, what's up, Melith?
I'm not ready yet.
Yes, sir. We're doing pretty well. I'm almost at, I should be able to get this 110 done with the tornado build. I think this is going to be a great build, like a not so buggy build for Season 4. Hey, did you check out Rob's video with the hurricane as well? He hit a trillion with his when he amped up the attack speed on Boulder. You just cast Boulder like crazy. He's hitting a trillion damage. It's hilarious.
I must wait.
Yeah, I have that podcast at 10 o'clock. So 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I'll be doing a podcast with the Pure Diablo guys. So we'll be doing that tonight. So like I said, I'll probably be finishing up the stream in about an hour or so. And then I'll have to take a break to get ready for that. Yeah, all you have to do is amp up the attack speed. Once you amp up the attack speed, you're refreshing your hurricane so fast that you're getting like ridiculous amounts of stacking damage, so you hit like trillions. Especially if you like it's funny you mentioned a Thunderstruck node in there, like what we were talking about over Discord, because Thunderstruck node makes that insanely easy to stack up damage. Where's the stinky Lilith? There we go. 110 done. Look at that. Yeah, it's definitely the damage stacking it's like constantly stacking every time it refreshes. That's definitely not intended. That is absolutely 100% not intended. Damn, we got max life. I wish we had got better greater affix rules here. I like the willpower. I wish we had got something different there. All right, let's do some tier 200. I think I have to farm up some stuff. Let me swap out Debilitating Roar because we don't need that now. And we should be good there. No, I don't think they need to up the limit for Hurricane. I feel like it's really good. If you build it out appropriately, it'll be perfectly fine. I mean, I think Wadijo was hitting millies with the overpower, like getting the overpower, which you can get guaranteed with provocation while in Werebear. He was hitting 6 mil, 7 mil sometimes at the end of his Tempest. I mean, with the Tempest aspect at the end of his Hurricane. So I think it's actually really well, like it has plenty of damage. But I think people, see, this is what happens, right? When AOZ popped off and all the barbs were smashing everything and Poison Shred Druid was hitting trillions of damage, suddenly everybody thought everything needs to be doing trillions of damage. And that wasn't the case. They just need to fix stuff, right? Same thing with Season 3, Hoda barbs smacking enemies for billions of damage. You know, it's constant issues there. And instead of people, you know, and people get this mindset that they need to buff everything else to the point where we're all deleting everything. And that's not the case. You just got to fix things. So with the PTR, with Dust Devils popping up out of nowhere, right, and everything that's happening, it's again happening where people think you want to buff everything else and all the other class. It's not the case. You just got to balance things out appropriately so that way nothing is hitting for billions of damage in a game where your character's doing millions of damage is almost overpowered. You know what I'm saying? So it's like having things do millions of damage is probably appropriate. Anything above, like when you start reaching tens of millions of damage, you know, that's starting to get borderline, like you're just blowing everything up, right? You're blowing everything up before it even has a chance to do anything, and you don't really even have to build a character out. You can just blow everything up with no issue. So I think that's the problem, is people get like this mindset where they think everything has to just be going crazy, and what's going to happen is, if that's the case, people are going to blow through the pit and blow through all the level 200 bosses in the first week of playing the game, and they're going to be like, well, this season sucks. What a trash season. You know, that's always the concern I have. Put all this stuff over on my other character. All right. So we should have enough to do Galvanic Saint, Uber, Tormented boss. We need to get more mucus eggs though. So let's go do that. Let's go do the Uber Galvanic Saint on our Tornado Druid. I imagine this boss is going to die really fast. Especially because it opens up and it's just standing there. We can stack up a ton of tornadoes.
Not while I'm in town.
Yeah, my whole issue is, you know, they can add, if they don't balance, and I'm not saying perfectly balanced, right? I'm never a fan of perfect balance. I feel like there's should always be room for different builds to stand out, different classes to stand out each season. But, you know, it shouldn't be as significant as like Hodobar or Ball Lightning Sork or Poison Shred Druid, things like that. So if they don't balance things correctly, all that happens is, you know, people gravitate towards those specific builds. They blow through everything. It doesn't matter how much in-game they could add. Like, they could add an infinite amount of in-game, and then everybody would just blow through it infinitely fast. You know what I'm saying? Like, obviously that's an exaggeration, but you get what I'm saying. Like, every season they could add 10 bosses to the game. And if you killed them immediately, you know, with one hit, it's not going to matter because you're going to kill those 10 bosses and with no real effort. They could add 1 million pit levels. If you blow through all of them in 2 seconds, it's not going to matter. Alrighty, let's do it. We're going to summon up. Do I have everything on? Let me go ahead and use a potion. Why not? Let's go ahead and summon a big galvanic saint. Oops, that was an accident. Yeah, we're pretty much, we're killing this thing faster than I was killing this thing in a 4-man. Yeah, now the health really starts to drop. Where'd he go? He made me waste my ultimate, yo. I don't know what some of this is, but there we go. Galvanic Saint, tier 200 tormented boss with a build that I don't believe has any bugs. Pretty easy. Didn't even come close to dying. Man, they really have to rework this waxing gibbous, man. So bad. So bad. We get 2 earth rings. And only 1 shard of agony, guys. That's got to change. They got to make sure you get the 5 shards of agony or whatever it would be. Kind of silly not to get that many when you're killing a higher tier boss. I'm sure they'll fix it though. And I think, like I said, I can pump the damage up on this even more. Like, this isn't even min-maxed. This build's not even min-maxed. Let's try some Uber Duriel when we get the mats.
Win favor, my friend.
What do we need? We need mucus eggs. How many? 2, 7, 4. I don't have any knurling hit. Man, they really need to just make it where you need to use malignant hearts to kill Varshan. I think the fact that it requires you to use all these mats is kind of silly. I can't afford to, if I'm going to do Duriel, I have to go ahead and use these mats. Just making it where we have to use malignant hearts doesn't make any sense why this boss requires so many different materials and the other bosses don't. The other bosses only require 1 item, except for like the Duriel and Andariel. I'll just do normal Varshan because I need the mucus eggs. And then we can try out Uber Duriel solo. I think I can get enough. I don't know. Oh, I don't even I forgot I don't have any knurling head. Never mind. We'll have to go farm some stuff. Hopefully before the end of the stream I can get a tormented Duriel in. Let's see. Anything? Legion, nothing up. No world boss. Let's just go do this stuff real fast. It's been a minute since I stepped into the Hell Tides here.
I cannot do that here.
Movement speed, bro. I will not make a druid build without movement speed. I cannot stand not having movement speed, so it's always movement speed. All the time, movement speed. Matter of fact, I need to go make the movement speed potion so I can use that instead. I think I have, like, what am I sitting at right now? Probably not near cap. Probably can get quite a bit more movement speed. Yeah, I could get like 35% more movement speed, so 165. Not near cap. My chest piece. Earthen bulwark duration. I could probably run just Mad Wolves right now. I don't really think I need that armor or the earthen bulwark. Oh, it's a Spirit Gin, though. That's what I keep forgetting. That's why I have it on. Not necessarily just for... It's also for the Spirit Generation. Having that Spirit Gin on the chest feels so good. I wish they would just give Druid, like, maybe 2 Spirit Generation built into the character. And then you could stack on top of it. They should do the same thing for Barb, in my opinion. I said that, like, a billion times already, but... There's no point to not give every class Spirit Generation. I don't see that web. I was going to make a build guide for it, but I keep contemplating going back and forth on it because a lot of things can change for it by the time they launch the season, right? We still need to know the seasonal mechanic, and we still need to know we need to have the official patch notes for season 4. So I feel like it would be a waste of time for me to make a Druid a build guide for it at the moment. But once I have all of the relevant information to make a build guide, the seasonal mechanic, and you know all the changes that they're going to make before they launch the season and like the official patch notes, I will make a build guide for the Tornado Druid. I'm going to make one for Lightning Storm, Tornado, and Companion before the season begins. And then after the season begins, I'll update those builds if anything changes. And I'll probably make builds for other setups as well, like Pulverize, things like that. Landslide Druid is one of my favorite Druids to play, so I'll make one for that as well. But I can give you, I can just show you what it looks like right now. Let me just show you real quick. I'll show you what it looks like right now. Did you see what I just killed the level 200 Galvanic Saint pretty easily. Took me like, what, 30, 45 seconds? Yo, human is going to be the way to go, I think. We were talking about this earlier. So with all the spirit restore that you can get on your class and the massive amount of spirit cost reduction you can get on a two-hander, like if I get this as that resource cost reduction at a greater affix, you're talking about 60% resource cost reduction on a two-hander. So I think human elemental druid is going to be the way to go. And I think when you get a Harlequin crest, which I think everybody's going to be able to get a Harlequin crest with the changes they're making to the Uber drop rates and stuff, I think human druid for elemental stuff is going to be absolutely crazy. I mean, you're talking about, imagine if you get a Shaco with a greater affix roll on the skill ranks, and then you also have like a big giant beefy bulwark. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I feel like Lightning Storm and human Lightning Storm and human Tornado builds are going to be the way to go. I don't think you're going to have to rely on Lust for Carnage at all. As a matter of fact, you're probably not going to even care about it. Yeah, and I think you're going to be able to get those very easy in Season 4. A lot easier than you're getting them now. So I think, yeah, I mean, you're going to... I think Human Druid is going to be... Human Caster Druid is going to be the best Druid. There's just so much... there's so much Spirit Restore and Spirit cost reduction now. You won't even have to use Direwolf. Like, I'm not even using Direwolf right now, and I'm maintaining my Spirit casting Tornado. So, that's my opinion right now, as it currently stands. Especially with the damage reduction you can get from Shaco, and the all stats you get on Shaco as well. I mean, I hope they bring all stats back, but if they don't, it's going to make all stat rolls even more valuable on unique items and uber unique items. So, I will probably actually make my gear guides, my build guides with uber uniques. I don't know. I might just wait. I'll make them with uber uniques. Well, I'll just keep it like I make it now. I always put down in the description of the build that, you know, you can swap out items for uber uniques. But yeah, I feel like human is going to be really good. I don't even think you'll need Starless Skies. You'll just want to have it for the damage reduction. I mean, not damage reduction, but for the extra multiplier. Although I will say this, I don't think they're actually going to be increasing the affix rolls you can get on your uber uniques like they have with legendary items, so you might not want to actually run a Starless Skies. You can get comparable multiplicative damage through like Stampede or Retaliation. You might actually want those greater affix rolls and the tempering on your legendary ring. You might just want to run a Shaco. I could be wrong though, but I think it makes Starless Skies a lot less valuable because you can get a big fat crit chance roll on a ring. And you can also get, you know, tempering aspects, affixes that you actually want to have. So I don't know if Starless Skies will be as valuable as it is in Season 3. Still be good, but I don't know if it'll be as good with the changes that they made to Legendary Gear. Just something to keep in mind. Not necessarily, because you won't need that spirit cost reduction. That's what I'm saying. Like, you won't need the spirit cost reduction. That's what people are using it a lot for now, but you won't need it. It's actually going to be quite useful. I mean, useless. If they maintain the amount of spirit generation as well as the spirit cost reduction you can get. Like, I'm not even running, what is it, Inner Beast on here? I'm not even running Inner Beast, and I'm not even running out of, and this is Tornado. We're not even talking about Lightning Storm. This is Tornado. So, I'm not even running out of Spirit. And I can do this on bosses, too, so. I feel like they need to update the Ubers, and I feel like they need to add higher stat rolls on the Ubers. If not the uniques, definitely the uber uniques. I feel like the affixes with the legendary gear pieces are just so much more valuable in certain circumstances. Yeah, like I said, I just did a level 200 Tormented Galvanic Saint. I never ran out of Spirit. In fact, it doesn't really even seem to be a worry. And I'm not even using something like Tebow's Will to get more spirit either. And we're not even like fully optimized. If I had like a perfect greater affix roll on my two-hander, they would just immediately die. I mean, not sorry, they would not. I wouldn't even need to worry about it. Like you'd have 60% spirit cost reduction. Like I have 40% right now. 35% resource cost reduction. A greater affix roll would get me over 60% there. So. Yeah, I mean, you're not even going to need it for anything. So I think the only thing that I'll be looking for is a Shaco. I don't necessarily feel like I'll need any Starless Skies. Yeah, I did pit. I did tier 100, 110 pit. I think ultimately you won't. It's still going to be good. Like it's still going to be a good piece of gear to have. It's just not going to be necessary to have it for spirit costs. I would still run it. If I got one, I would still run it. I would definitely still run it. But I'm saying it's not necessary to run for spirit cost reduction anymore. You definitely probably just want it for that damage. I would probably use either a two-hand axe or a two-hand staff. Two-hand axe would be a good across the board for both killing mobs, trash mobs, and bosses. But you would probably get more benefit out of a staff for killing trash mobs just because you have that damage to crowd control enemies. And I would do the same thing for Tornado. I would use either a two-hand staff or a two-hand axe. Axe is going to be way better for like everything across the board, including with bossing and everything being a factor for pits. But staff would be better if you're just trying to clear trash mobs. So I would say, like, if you were in the pit, right, and you had no issue killing bosses, but you were having a tough time with trash mobs, like that was taking up the most of your time, I would probably run a two-hand staff just because you get that extra damage to crowd control enemies. If you weren't having trouble with either of those things, I'd run an axe just because you could kill everything faster, including bosses, and you wouldn't have to swap out because you can't swap in the pit. So that would be that's how I would look at it. Yo, almost killed her. I'm just so tanky. Go, did I open up that chest real fast? Man, we need Varshawn mats. We don't need anything else. Has anybody figured out what's up with the dolls? Like why you can't get doll drops out of Beast in the Ice? Is there some trick to that? I think where NATO Druid will beat Barb Dust Devil when they fix Dust Devil. I think that'll be the case. But because Dust Devil is kind of jacked up, it's not really, you know, that's not how Dust Devil is going to function. You know, they're not going to let Dust Devil fill the entire screen. But, yeah, I think where NATO Druid's going to be far better than Barb Dust Devil when they fix Dust Devils. If not better, they'll probably be very comparable, I would say. Like, you know. I don't know what their intent is for Dust Devils. I don't know if they actually want it to be the sole damage dealing aspect of Double Swing. It feels like you would want it to be a supplementary aspect of Double Swing, not just to be the entire reason why you use Double Swing. So, or any other skill that uses that can cast Dust Devils, whether it be like Whirlwind or anything else. So I think maybe if you take into consideration that aspect of Dust Devils, it would probably be more or less comparable to something like Whirlwind using Dust Devils, or Double Swing that casting Dust Devils. If they're both of those aspects of the Barbarian are dealing damage, then you probably have a very comparable scenario. Everything's just kind of out of whack at the moment. But it is a PTR, so you gotta... I just wish we had one more week. What is this? What's this? Oh, that's pretty cool. Yo, that's cool. Just summoned a chest out of there. That's pretty dope. I didn't know it could do that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that, man. Helltides are so good, man. I love the changes they made to Helltides. I think that they're finally taking advantage of their open world. That's the one thing that sets this game apart from other action RPGs, is just having that big open world to play around in. And the fact that they're really kind of starting to build it out and make it a lot more rewarding and fun to play. They just need to keep doing that. Like, keep expanding on it. I really enjoy the open world. I love playing solo, but also, like, interacting with other players. Obviously, I enjoy playing in groups as well, but... it just makes the world feel alive. Much more alive than it currently feels, I can tell you that. People really want to go and do stuff. With a question mark, are you talking about the mystery chests or whatever? I still think these events need to be more rewarding. I feel like these events, I don't ever want to do them. I don't think enemies spawn enough. Oh, okay. I think the events don't spawn enough enemies. I wish they would, like, amp up the amount of enemies that spawn during those events and possibly even increase the rewards you get from doing them. Because that currently I just run right past them. I hate doing them. I think they take too long. Yo, this is crazy. So much fun. Let's see if there's an event going on. I really want to get that Uber Duriel kill before I get off stream. Not the Uber Duriel, but the Tormented Duriel. Let's go down, all the way down to the bottom. Yeah, me too. That's one thing I do hope they change in Season 4. I hope they revert this Cinder Drop nerf that they made. It doesn't make any sense that they would give us more content in the Hell Tides, but then nerf the Cinder Drop rate to basically be the same exact as it was before they added more enemies and added more stuff to do. So I definitely hope they go ahead and revert that nerf, because I'd love for people to be able to open up a ton of chests. Like, I feel like that'd be so much more fun than it is. You know, now you want to spend time in the Hell Tides. Before you just wanted to get the living still chest, now you actually want to stay there, enjoy it, do some events, you know, do some bossing. You can get bossing summoning materials too. So it'd be nice if they made it where you could just get a ton of cinders. Yeah, it's a pretty hefty nerf, man. It's a pretty hefty nerf. I mean, they went a little crazy with that. And they didn't even say they did it. I don't believe that. I don't believe I seen that in the patch notes. They didn't even say they nerfed it, so I don't like ninja nerfs like that. They gotta... the merry-go-round right now. I'm at a turnstile. That's so cool, man. Just vomiting out demons. Like, this is just chaotic. This feels really good. Now we need is like different enemy types attacking each other. I think that'd be pretty dope. That's something I was hoping they would have in Season 2 with the vampires, because they were at conflict with both the human beings as well as the factions of Hell. So I thought they would be really cool if like a Blood Harvest summoned in a Hell Tide and you had like vampires fighting demons and everything. Thought that'd be pretty neat. Any legions yet? I'll turn in some of my other materials and swap them for some complete sets of Barshan. I have enough Malignant Hearts. I can probably grab a couple. Need 6 more Mucus Egg. I wish you could swap all of your bossing materials for specific bosses. Like, if I didn't want to run Zur, I could swap all my Exquisite Blood for a different set of mats for bossing. I think that'd be pretty cool. That way you could just target farm one boss if you needed specific a specific item from that boss. Oh yeah, definitely like more. We definitely need more stuff for like more social aspects of the game. So hopefully they'll bring a lot. Hopefully they do a lot with the expansion. I'm hoping the expansion is a pretty massive change, just like this is. It's probably going to be even bigger, I would imagine, because they're going to charge people money for it. But I also hope they put the expansion on Game Pass. Let me go turn in some summoning stuff. I don't think I got anything that I actually need, so we'll just scrap this stuff. Where's that movement speed elixir? Isn't there a movement speed elixir? Where's it at? Oh well. Alright, I need Knurling.
Good battle essays.
6, 2, 2, and 4. Let's go ahead and swap. I think that's fine. 6, 2, 2, and 4, and then we'll just keep doing 9 minutes on the Legion event. I'm not gonna do a 200 Varshan just so because I need the mucus eggs. Just kind of farming for some eggs. Hopefully they have some good Druid cosmetics for the season 2. Hey, double drop. Nice. Thank you, game. Give me another one. I'd like to get a... I hope I can get some summoning stuff out of the Legion event. I hope it doesn't not spawn some of the enemies that you get. I can't remember what they're called. Alright, we need 3 more mucus eggs. 3 more. And then we'll do level 200 Duriel. I think level 200 Duriel will probably be easier to kill just because how big he is.
Come back if you need the forge.
see. I have to wait on that Legion event. I'll try to do, maybe I'll run... Yeah, let's go run Alderwood real quick. We'll be able to run that really fast. Pick up some Tree Whispers. Hopefully we can get something out of the caches from doing Tree Whispers.
Not while I'm in town.
Saw that. Overgrown vermin's broke another trap.
I need more time.
Man, I would have loved to get a Harlequin Crest so I could test this out, test out a human version with this tornado setup. One great change too about this season is the change they made to the sigils, man. No more crappy sigils, annoying sigils to have to run with all these different modifiers. You just run those sigils. Now all they need to do is let us actually pick which dungeons we want to run. But I think it's going to be a lot easier now because they did decrease the cost. So that's also going to be pretty useful for... What was that? Oh. Oh yeah, I agree. They should definitely spawn world bosses more often. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see like tormented versions of world bosses. I think that would be pretty cool. Maybe for like a raid for multiple players. What the? Okay. Thank you. Thank you all for all of the little dills, little guys there, little treasure goblins. All right. How much time do we have? Probably plenty of time. What I really want them to do is something about this cost to roll your items and stuff. Everything is costing so much veiled crystals. It's ridiculous. Like, they definitely have to do something. Either give us a lot more veiled crystal drops or reduce the cost for all the different things that you can do, because it's too much. So wait, let's go do the Echo of Lilith real quick. We're just waiting the 3 minutes anyway. Such a joke what they did to Lilith. They should have never nerfed this boss. That might be unpopular opinion, but I enjoyed Lilith. I imagine she's going to die very, very fast. Can I make the... Oh, can I make the Legion event in time? I think so. I should be able to do this and make the Legion event in time. All right. So we can skip the first phase. It's not just it's a huge problem. I've had to make so many characters and just delete them to get thousands and thousands and thousands of veiled crystals. And I still feel like I run out of veiled crystals. Duck, dodge, dip, dive, and dodge. Bang! I'm so shifty. They can't stop me. No, you don't. Easy peasy. Can I leave now? I gotta go. Thank you. We have enough time to get there. Good. Hey, a minute and 22 seconds. We have too much time. I could do that again. Let's go, Seabiscuit. Let's get over there. I'd be fine if they gave me Malignant Hearts, so I could just swap them over. Got the campfire going. Let's go. The Ferocious Florist. That's the last thing you'd want. Somebody doing flower arrangements and they're really angry. I don't want that. It's so comical, just the amount of dust devils that come out of there, and that's not even a bad version. It's just so comical. You know, I feel like people are just playing the PTR to have fun. Like mostly, like they're not really leaving feedback. They're just like, I want to play this Dust Devil build for a week. I like that. That's so cool. I think the majority of players are just like, I'm gonna enjoy this 1 week of just doing crazy stuff. Anytime you can do something like that, I think you know you've done something good. Like when you have players that are literally playing a PTR that is going to delete all of their progress in 1 week, but they just want to test something out because it looks so cool. I hope that they, like, obviously they're gonna fix it, but I hope that they don't go too crazy, because I think that the people having so much fun with the Dust Devils and being so entertained by it, I really think that's a good thing. Like I said, I really love balance in games, but I believe in that imperfect balance where some things are overtuned, and I would be absolutely perfectly fine if they had some level of being overtuned. Definitely not this degree where you can't see anything and it's kind of like disrupting other players, but at least, you know, leave it to somewhere where it's like super fun still. And enjoyable to actually play. I think that's real. I hope that's the case. I think so. I think a lot of people get like that, but you know, something that even as a small, like, you know, as a small growing content creator, what I do is if I find something or someone shows me something I'll try to go to another streamer that I know is got with a bigger audience, like Wadijo or something like that, especially on YouTube, because he still answers YouTube chat, and as well as his Twitch chat. If you go on his Twitch chat, it's too busy, but if you go on his YouTube chat, it's a lot easier to like throw something at him, and he'll like respond back to you if there's something that you find that it could possibly be, you know, bugged or needs to be fixed. So there's always ways to get that input out there. You know, making a forum post, a really well-written forum post, you know, people will read that stuff, and if they think that it's legitimate, like some of the things that you mentioned are legitimate, it'll get upvoted, and maybe someone will see it at Blizzard. So there's tons of ways. Yeah, and Rax too, but you know, I think Rax gets Rax might be a little bit too big on YouTube. I don't know. I haven't been in there. I typically only watch Wadijo. But yeah, anytime you can get into those guys, as long as it's something that, you know, obviously they haven't covered already, and it, you know, I think that's one thing that Diablo 4 has going for it. That's something that Blizzard probably doesn't deserve at this point, but I'll just, you know, they have one of the best communities I've ever been a part of, like, undoubtedly. Yeah, that sucks, Joe. I'm sorry about that, brother. You can live vicariously through me. I wish you guys had an opportunity, but you know how it is.
Come back if you need the forge.
Let's see. Well, I have nothing else I can do. I have 3 femur, 4 heart. So I need hands, and I need a knurling head. I can go ahead and swap this stuff out. Man, I feel like getting Varshan mats is too difficult now. Seems like those are the ones that everybody's looking for.
Don't waste that.
There we go. There we go. All right, so we got one more. So we'll go do that. We'll do that after we do the finish up Archery Whispers. Do we have an easy dungeon we can run? Seaside Descent. I don't remember how fast this one is. Yeah, same here, Web. I have it on both my console and my PC.
I cannot do that here.
All right, so we are three mucus eggs away from doing level 200 Duriel. And then once I do level 200 Duriel, I'll probably log off, because I have to get ready for a podcast. Hopefully we get lucky on our cash and get some decent summoning stuff. Probably get some more malignant hearts would be nice, just so I can swap them out for exactly what I need. It's crazy how much spirit regen, just that 10 spirit regen is a second. Like, it just fills my spirit right back up. It just... How many I can cast before it actually, like, drops to the... It's just crazy. The amount of spirit regen. I think just having it on one more item would make it where I could almost spam it constantly without ever running out of any spirit. I almost think this would be more valuable on my rings and spirit cost reduction. If I had 2 rolls of this, of spirit gen increase, or maybe even pick up some of the, paragon nodes that increase your spirit generation. I don't know if we have any. I'd have to look. I don't think we do, but we probably should. Yeah, I've been getting familiar with Last Epoch as well. I'm probably going to be playing Last Epoch after the PTR. Like, playing primarily Last Epoch until Season 4. I'm kind of over Season 3. I really don't enjoy it anymore. It's been a pretty rough season with the Malphus and everything. And I've had some pretty bad luck. So... I was playing through my hardcore character, and then I somehow died to an unknown killer. So I was pretty much done after that. I don't even know exactly what killed me, but neither does the game, so. I'll be doing Last Epoch until Season 4. Unless there's another game that pops up. I might play a little bit of Helldivers as well, because I like third-person shooters. Go over here. Well, I enjoyed it. It's just, man, that Malphus grind is absolutely terrible. One thing they should never ever do ever again is ever put a seasonal mechanic gated by that much RNG. Like, that should never happen. Absolutely never. It's probably one of the worst experiences I've had with a Diablo game. You already had to do Duriel for that, and then you had to do Malphus on top. Like, not only is getting Ignis cores gated by RNG, you have to have a 4-man group to make it the most efficient. Then you have to run through this massive dungeon just to summon the boss, and then the tuning stones have a massively low, or drop rate, and then on top of that, they can drop in duplicates, and you can't do anything with the duplicate. Like, that's insane. That is absolutely insane. I don't know who thought of that would be a good idea, but they're an idiot. Like, yeah, there was like, a lot of the frustration people had with the beginning of the season, they fixed that pretty fast. But the biggest part of the season was the tuning stones, the unique tuning stones. One of them gave you +4 rings to your skills, and one of them gave you like a big boost to whatever. One of them gave you a big boost to whatever Seneschal skill you were using. And with the release of the Gauntlet, you pretty much had to have those. So at the beginning of the season, I was like, I'm not really going to farm these. I don't enjoy it, so I'm not going to do it. And you don't really need it. But when they released the Gauntlet, you did need it if you wanted to be competitive. So it forced me to basically start trying to farm those things. And once I was forced to basically, farm that stuff, what is that? A flesh rod? That doesn't sound appropriate. Why would a flesh rod? But anyway, once I was forced to start farming that stuff, man, I was just like, I can't. I didn't want to farm Duriel. Anything like that, I don't like that stuff. I don't like... it's not fun for me. So when you force me to farm stuff like that, it pretty much is a huge turnoff for the season. So I pretty much made it as far as I could, and I don't have any plans to do any more Diablo 4 for Season 3. It's such a bad mechanic. I need 2 more, so can I get that? I should be able to get that. Probably can't. let's go ahead and we have a femur. We need a trembling hand. All right. Yeah, I'm telling you, I wish we could trade in materials. It would be really nice if you could do that. Just trade in crafting materials, boss summoning materials for other boss summoning materials, and you wouldn't have to... Which one of these is fast? I need to do one of these. I'll do this one down here. I don't mind farming the materials, especially in Season 4, like with this system, it feels pretty good. It doesn't feel like it's taking you that long. I don't mind farming the materials. I just think they should make it where Varshan only takes Malignant Hearts. That's probably my only complaint now. I don't mind farming that stuff. You know, that's part of like every action RPG. That's part of everything, man. That's a big part of the game. Like, you take that out and you're just kind of running bosses over and over again. They would have to make them a lot more difficult or decrease the drop rate significantly. Where people would just blow through every season really fast. The only thing I do hope that they stop doing is releasing content in the middle of the season that's like really significant to the game. I don't mind if they have like a small mid-season update where you have more content you can do, but I don't feel like it's... I feel like if you keep doing that, it's kind of annoying because it's almost like for players to get the full experience of the season, they have to play it the entire time, and there's too many games out there that people want to enjoy. So I feel like if they release a big chunk of stuff at the beginning of the season, that's obviously good. And if they save something small that people can come back to for maybe like a few days and enjoy that as well, that's cool. But when they release stuff like the Gauntlet, things that you're meant to do over the course of the entire season, I think that's a really bad idea. Like, the bulk of the content should always be at the beginning of the season. It shouldn't be like 50-50. Maybe like 80-20 would be the best ratio. Like, save 20% of something and that's really good that you need to maybe polish up a little bit. Put that in the middle of the season. Let people come back and have a good time. Some kind of challenge, something like that. Like a super boss or something silly, nothing too serious, nothing that's you had to spend a ton of time doing. There's just so much to do nowadays, so many games to play. See where we gotta go. Just keep going up here. We ain't doing that. All right. Well, thank goodness the gatekeeper's right here. I like that. All right, let's just leave the dungeon. I think there's a small cellar nearby that we can do. And then hopefully, when we get this cache at the Tree of Whispers, we'll be able to do a tier 200, a level 200 Uberdurial. We're not that far off. 2 mucus eggs, and we already have 1 full summon. Yeah, man, and a lot of these games too are like long, man. There's a lot of games that people like to play nowadays that have a lot of replay value in them. I mean, it's pretty much the what you know. There are fewer and fewer story-driven, you know, one playthrough type games out there. Just because that's what people ask for. People want more, longer and longer games. So it's like every single game is a pretty solid time investment. Oh god, I just stand here and spam my tornado. I gotta wait for this extra 15 seconds. It couldn't just be just like that, run down here, kill a pack of enemies, and bounce up out of here. Had to be an event. Such power. It's gonna be funny if I don't even have to worry about Uber Duriel's damage. I just kind of stand there and spam her tornadoes. Malignant Heart and a Femur. So we have 2 Femurs, and we only need... Yeah, we should be able to do it now. That's perfect. Let's go ahead and jump down here, do 1, and then we'll go and trade stuff in, and then do the next one. And then we will finish it off with a kill on a tormented level 200 Duriel. And again, I don't think this build is gonna be any different. I think this one I don't think there's any bugs in this setup. So, and then I'll also work on continuously pushing higher and higher tiers of the pit while I'm not streaming. So we'll see where we can end up with this thing. Let's go over here. Maybe. If I do, then I'll test out the human. I'll test out a human tornado build. I'd love to get a Shaco.
Not while I'm in town.
Let's do, what are we missing? Hand in the head. Alrighty, perfect. We ended up with the perfect amount. Did I reset it? No, I didn't reset it. At level 50? Yo, that would be so dope. Well, if it does happen to me, I hope it doesn't happen in hardcore, because I can only imagine that if I got it, right after that, I would die. Like, the one time I would die leveling my Druid, it would be when I get a Shaco at level 50. What would probably happen? What did they not drop me a? Oh, I was about to say, did they not drop me an egg? What would probably happen is I would be so shocked that I got it that I would forget that I'm standing in like an explosive pool of damage, and I would get blown up immediately. Like, that's probably how it would go down. All right, let's go do the Tormented Duriel and then we will shut the club down. All right. What do I have? Make sure I get my... Go with that 6% crit strike. A bunch of damage, crit damage.
I cannot do that here.
Yo, hey, I'm right there with you, bro. Actually, the only way I got one is that I had to turn in my other... in Season 3, the only way I got one is I had to actually use their crafting system they implemented. What is this? What is this? There's an invisible barrier. I can't seem to penetrate. What's going on, guys? The force is blocking me. What? That knocked me off my horse? I don't want your stupid cinders right now. I just want to go kill Druid. I have to take the long way. The gaping crevasse. All right, tormented Duriel. Here we go. Oh, I think I hit that too soon. Yeah, look how fast he's dying. I mean, it's no it's oh yeah, he's definitely got some damage though. I'm still taking damage. I gotta be careful. Wow, that poison really hits. I like that. I'm gonna run out of potions. I'll play a little smarter. My boy does a decent chunk of damage. Got him. Oh, bowl. Oh, I knew that was going to happen. I was trying to get out of that. Okay, he definitely hits, so we got to be careful for that big circle in the front of him. That's the only part that I know has a lot of damage. We wasted our first ulti. There we go. Now we got it all. We'll be a little more careful with our potions. There we go. Ooh. Where's he going? Done and done. Look at all the loot. You better believe none of this is anything good. All right. Let's see. What did we get? Nope. No Uber Uniques. Let's see. We got a... I know we got one soul brand. Damage reduction from close enemies. Barrier generation. I wonder what we can get our barrier to with this. Let's see. Let's see. We have 21% barrier gen, and your potion use gives you barrier. Let's have, how much barrier is that? Is that not very much? Let's see. 6k without the such a bad unique item. Even still terrible. Still really bad. Alrighty, well, there you have it. We are officially at pit level 110, so I'll keep pushing that too while I'm off stream. And we did a tier 200 tormented Druid, and we did a level 200 tormented Galvanic Saint. Both of those runs went pretty smooth. I only died right there because, well, just poor playing. But overall, I'm really happy with the way this build works. I think it's going to be pretty good. We'll go over it one more time before I get off here. So I'd like to have a Shaco. I think you could make this a human build if you had a big fat damage reduction roll. I mean resource cost reduction, and it was greater. It was a greater affix. But anyway, so we're doing for the werewolf version, Tempest Ore. Obviously, we're using Mending Stone. We're using Storm Chaser. We're grabbing up Earth Guard. Earth Guard mixed with some with barrier generation and more ranks to Earth and Bulwark will give us a massive barrier. Probably like effectively give us double our health pool. Probably more than that because of Mending Stone. Symbiotic aspect on the boots because we're running Nature's Fury. And then we're throwing our Shepherds on the two-hander. And as you can see there, we have a 35% resource cost reduction. If we get that at a greater affix, we're looking at over 60% resource cost reduction on our two-hander. And obviously I would prefer to have a staff or an axe. But really good there. Tons of damage to distant enemies, damage to close enemies, and we have 45% chance on the tornado. On the amulet, we're doing the conceited aspect. However, I think a better aspect would be the retaliation aspect. I just don't have a good retaliation aspect yet. Crit chance all the time, running some total armor just so we don't have to run Juggernaut. Total armor percent there. And then Stampede on the ring, focusing on crit chance mainly. And then resource generation, because a big part of this is having spirit gen on the chest piece. I think that's going to be a must-have with a greater affix roll. And then having resource generation on your rings as your utility slot. So that will probably make it where you never run out of resources as a human druid, especially with that big giant resource cost reduction on the two-hander. And then an umbral ring, which you can replace this umbral ring if you had more spirit cost reduction, or if you used a Starless Skies. So that would be a great replacement here if you didn't have the resource cost reduction, or in general, Starless Skies would be perfectly fine. And then for our boons, we're doing Weariness, we're doing Iron Feather, Avian Wrath. You can use Calamity, you could use Bolster, you could use Energize, whatever. Or you could use Pack Leader if you like it. And then Calm Before the Storm, you could also use Masochistic. Skills, nothing too crazy here. You know, obviously maxing out Tornado, maxing out Earth and Bulwark, so we're more tanky. Definitely picking up Vigilance because, you know, damage reduction is so rare now. Nature's Reach, we're not really going too crazy with our pets. Just grabbing 3 points here for Brood Ravens. Nothing really in the Wrath skill tree other than the passives down here for Envenom. Nothing crazy there. And then Petrify because it's ridiculously strong now, even though it was already strong. And then we're just picking up 3 points in all of this. This is clear. Circle of Life is just to give us a little bit more HP regen. And then the Mighty Nature's Fury. Paragon board. Obviously, you got to get that Thunderstruck node. I think it's crazy. I hope they don't nerf it. Outmatch. Werewolf and constricting sigils is important because you want the resistances here. Resistances here. We're using Fang and Claw. And then we're picking up the Ancestral Guidance node. We're grabbing up Spirit here. And then Territorial, again, just to buff up our Thunderstruck node. And damage reduction. And then Undaunted. More damage reduction, more damage while we're fortified. And when we're grabbing Lust for Carnage just because we don't have that big Spirit cost reduction. So that's pretty much the build there. Like I said, I'll make a planner for it if we get closer to the season with all the official information. I'll make a build then. But I don't really want to do it now because I feel like it's pointless. You know, this is a PTR. Things could change dramatically before the Season 4 launches. So anyway, guys, that's going to be it for the stream. I will be streaming more tomorrow. We'll be pushing higher tiers of the pit as far as we can go. And then whenever I reach that cap, I might try a different build. Or I think maybe I'll try to do a hardcore run before the PTR ends to see how it feels leveling in hardcore. But with all that being said, tonight I will be doing a podcast for the Pure Diablo guys. So I'll be doing that at 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So you can tune in for that if you'd like. But with all that being said, I hope you guys are having a great day or a great night, depending on wherever you're from. And peace out, guys. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you all for stopping by. I appreciate every single one of you guys.